And a very pleasant good afternoon, baseball fans, and welcome to another edition of Henley Baseball today on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. It is a beautiful Saturday afternoon in the Rogue Valley as the Hornets have traveled to Hidden Valley High School to take on the Mustangs. My name is Josh Eldridge. It's a beautiful day here just south of Grants Pass, about 68 degrees right now. We're going to reach about 72 throughout a doubleheader between two top teams, not only in the Skyline Conference, but in the entire state of Oregon. Hidden Valley enters play as the number 9 ranked team in Oregon. Henley has been at number 6 for some time. Take a look at some of the other teams around in the top 10. Marist still at the top. Scappoose number 2. Newport number 3. Junction City is number 4, followed by Philomath. Pendleton is number 7. North Bend is 8. And Molalla is 10. So with Hidden Valley at 9 and Henley at 6, that is how we look only a couple of weeks away from the beginning of the postseason. And to get there, these two teams would love to win the Skyline Conference. Henley, with their 15-3 overall record and 10-0 league mark, lead the pack, followed, of course, by these Hidden Valley Mustangs, who are 8-2 in league play, 13-6 overall in the season. Those two losses that they have in conference play come to these Henley Hornets. These squads played back on Wednesday, a game that was a 7-2 final in favor of Henley. They also played back on April 11th. That game was a 5-2 decision in the favor of the Hornets. Both of those games, though, played back at Rosser Field in Klamath Falls. Now, it's the Hornets who've freshly gotten off a bus, tried to get ready to play, and have come to a tough place to play here at the Evergreen Federal Bank Sports Complex on the campus of Hidden Valley High School. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll introduce you to the Kyle's Lawn Care starting lineups. We'll also get ready for first pitch. All that is on the way as we continue your coverage of Henley Baseball today on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Free live video here on mybasin.com. Keep it here. We'll be back.
Parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Well, let's go ahead and get introduced to the Kyle's Lawn Care starting lineup, and we'll start with the visitors today, and that is the Henley Hornets. Leading off at third base for Henley is going to be Mark Carpenter, followed by Connor Shively, the shortstop, batting second. Jacoby DeKinney bats third and is catching for Henley, followed by Max Price, the center fielder, hitting cleanup. Bo Pyle, the designated hitter, hits fifth, followed by Derek Cox at second base, hitting sixth. Batting 7th is Henley starting pitcher Corbin Hamilton. Again, he's hitting 7th, following by Carson Sims in right field batting 8th. Ryan Douglas hits 9th in in left field for the Henley Hornets. And again, on the mound for them is Corbin Hamilton. They'll be going up against Jack Matthew on the mound for Hidden Valley. And let's introduce you to the rest of the starting lineup for the Mustangs. Leading off at center field is Caden Kunert. Wiley Mendez, the shortstop, bats 2nd, followed by Elijah Zauer, the second baseman, hitting 3rd. Jack Matthew, the starting pitcher, bats cleanup, followed by Mauricio Mendez, the first baseman, batting 5th. Hitting 6th is Logan Law, the catcher. Hunter Gillette bats 7th at third base. Lawson O'Leary bats 8th and is in right field today. And Landon Nash is in left, and he bats 9th for the Mustangs. Of course, Hidden Valley today looks like they are in their all-white tops and all-white home uniforms. I got to say, it's a classic look. I love it. And that's what they're wearing today. Hidden Valley is in their Henley is in their traditional uniforms of navy blue tops and gray bottoms for the Hornets. So our teams have met and swapped lineup cards. Head coach Sean Teeters of the Henley Hornets and Justin Spinner for the Hidden Valley Mustangs. And looks like we are nearly ready for game time today. Our vantage point here from the Evergreen Federal Bank Sports Complex at Hidden Valley, facing directly north towards the mountains of the Rogue Valley. Like I said, right now about 68 degrees. Going to be warming up to the mid-70s today. Some fans have already pitched up their tents. Got a pretty good congregation of Henley fans, all with the Douglas family over here, pitched up a tent behind first base side. We've got some Hidden Valley fans who've come prepared. A much different feeling here in Murphy today than it was back on Wednesday at Henley, when it was about 65, 68 degrees, but windy and sort of cold. But it's a different feeling here in the Rogue Valley. You get to 70 degrees, and it certainly feels warm over here as the teams have taken the field. And again, the Mustangs have got Jack Matthew on the hill today. The lefty gave Henley some trouble last time these two teams played. Well, actually, not the last time, the first time that these squads played, which was back on April 11th. Henley was only able to muster 5 runs in that game, and it took them until the 5th inning to get any offense going. As a matter of fact, we're trailing in that game. So Jack Matthew had some good success against Henley last time he faced him, but Hornets still have been able to pull out these games. Even last year, the meetings between these two teams were close, competitive contests, but Henley has continued to hold this one over the Mustangs' head. They'll look to get back to winning ways today. You take a look at the past couple of games here for Hidden Valley. Before their game against Henley back on Wednesday, it was a 3-game sweep of Mazama, 19-2, 3-1, and 10-1. Then they lost a series to Scappoose. That was 4-1 and 8-3. And then previous to that, they swept Klamath Union. So it's been fairly streaky for the Mustangs as of late, but they hope to switch things up and maybe just have one loss sandwiched in between a few wins there, as Henley looks to continue on their winning ways. They have played extremely good baseball as of late. They did lose a game a week ago to Junction City. Before that, they had rattled off 12 straight wins. And like I said, they got back to winning ways back on Wednesday against this Mustangs team. So here we go. First pitch is going to miss in the dirt, and we are right on time with a 12 o'clock high noon start here at Hidden Valley High School. Jack Matthew going to work against Mark Carpenter. Again, the first pitch was taken below the knees. Here's the 1-0 to Carpenter. That one is wrapped towards third. Line drive snagged by Hunter Gillette. And that was a great play for the first out of the ball game. And here comes Connor Shively. Shively with a real standout performance back on Wednesday. He was 2 for 4 with 2 RBI, but he hit his very first home run of the season. About 335 feet, pulled it over the right field fence in a full count to help Henley build out their lead that they eventually would hold on to win the game. First pitch to Shively was below the knees and missed. The second pitch, he pops up into the infield, and it's gloved by the shortstop, Mendez. 2 quick outs in the top of the first for Henley. Let's go ahead and introduce you to the defensive lineup for the Mustangs, as Logan Law is catching, Hunter Gillette at third, Wiley Mendez at short, Elijah Zauer at second, with Mauricio Mendez at first. In the outfield from left to right, it is Nash, Kunert, and O'Leary. The first pitch to Jacoby Takini is a looping breaking ball that's taken for strike one. 2 outs, top of the first inning, still scoreless between these Skyline Conference rivals. Here's the 0-1 on the way to Takini. That one is taken outside. Looks like it missed. The count even, a ball and a strike. Artificial turf infield here at Hidden Valley High School. Natural grass in the outfield. It's the 1-1 on its way to Takini. Sends it right back up the middle and into center field. And a 2-out knock for the Henley catcher brings up Max Price. And so now, of course, with a courtesy runner coming out for Takini, it'll be Porter Frost. He's a guy who's done some real nice work on the base paths this season. It's been pretty much his only role for the Hornets this year, is to come in and courtesy run. But he's made an impact. In fact, 5th in the conference in stolen bases with 11, just being able to come in and run for Jacoby Takini. As in steps Max Price, he takes a fastball wide, and the count 1-0. Max Price, last time out against Hidden Valley, was held hitless, although he did reach base 3 times. He was walked twice and got hit by a pitch once. He also flew out to right field in the 6th inning, came around to score once as well. That was in the 3rd of the game back on Wednesday. Right now, the count even, a ball and a strike to Price. Frost, a decent lead off of first. Got to be careful, though, with the left-hander Matthew out there, as the 1-1 misses in the dirt, 2-1. If my memory serves me correctly, Matthew was able to get a couple outs by virtue of a pickoff, and it was actually Mark Carpenter who was picked off once last time Matthew was on the hill. And there was another as well. I believe it was Corbin Hamilton was picked off of first last time. So just something to be careful of. That hard to always pick up the motion from a lefty on those pitches and get a good jump on him. It's just a little bit of a different read. But Porter Frost, again, he was not one of those casualties last time. So see if he's able to stay alive there on first. Right now the count 3-1 to Max Price. That pitch missed wide, and Price is aboard on a 5-pitch walk. 2 runners on now for Bo Pyle. Okay, looks like we are back on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. Apologize for the brief interruption there. Had my hotspot overheat a little bit, so I had to switch what we were doing to stay on live, but we'll make sure that, that doesn't happen again. So still scoreless. We're in the bottom of the first inning. 2 outs for Hidden Valley. Caden Kunert popped out to right. Wiley Mendez struck out, and now it's Elijah Zauer batting for the Hidden Valley Mustangs. Again, bottom of the first inning, 2 outs, still scoreless, and the count is 2-0. Corbin Hamilton, man on the mound for Henley. And the pitch here from Corbin, the 2-0, that one misses downstairs as well. Want to give you an idea of the season Corbin has had so far. Take a look at the numbers for him. This is his 7th start. He's got a 4-1 record, 29 1/3 innings pitched, and an ERA of just over 1. So with the runner on first, here's Jack Matthew. Zauer after the 4-pitch walk. And this one is hit back up the middle, off the glove of Cox at second. He laid out for it, but just skipped off his glove, and that allowed the runners both to reach safely. An infield single there for Jack Matthew. Good effort there by Derek Cox, but unable to complete the play. And now 2 runners on for Mauricio Mendez. Zauer advances to second on the infield single. And so after 2 quick outs, the Mustangs have a little something brewing for themselves here in the bottom of the first inning. First pitch to Mauricio Mendez, slowly rolled out in front of the mound. Hamilton is up with it. He'll throw on to Meyer to end the inning. Couple of base runners left for the Mustangs, but we'll go to the top of the second scoreless here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
It'll be Bo Pyle, Derek Cox, then Corbin Hamilton to lead things off in the top of the second inning for Henley. Still scoreless as base hit and a walk allowed 2 base runners to get on for Henley in the last inning. But I believe Porter Frost was caught stealing to end the frame, and so in doing so, it's allowed Bo Pyle to earn a second kind of fresh at-bat here. He was in a 2-strike count when Frost was thrown out, and so now he gets an opportunity to kind of reset himself and take a look at a few pitches in this at-bat. He takes a curveball down around the shoelaces for ball 1. Steps back in, keeps his hands low, choked up on the bat a little bit, swings through a breaking pitch. Now the count is even 1-1. And even looking back to that last at-bat for Pyle, he hasn't seen a single straight thing in 5 pitches. There was a straight one. He hits it high to center field. Kunert going back, but he gets under it in time to make the catch. And the first out in the second inning. Well, now it's time for Derek Cox to step in, the right-handed bat for Henley. Look at last time these teams played back on Wednesday. Cox was 1 for 3 with an RBI double. That came in the third inning. Otherwise, he grounded out twice, but contributed to his team's victory with a double in the third inning. First pitch to him. I believe that one missed. 1 out, top of the second, and we're scoreless. Ripped down the third baseline. That one will go foul. A count, a ball, and a strike to Derek Cox. Was wearing number 3 earlier in the season, now donning number 17 today with the return of the old number 3, and that's Carson Sims. He's batting 8th today. 1-1. Curveball that he looked at must have been outside. The count, 2 balls and a strike. Tough one to lay off. Coming out of a left-hander's hand. Yeah, you might have a little bit of a better idea of it as a right-handed hitter like Derek is, but still not an easy pitch to lay off. Here's a fastball, similar location that he chases out of the zone, 2-2. After Cox in the order, it's Corbin Hamilton. Jack Matthew, the lefty, ready to throw. And the pitch. Curveball on the corner and got Derek Cox. Down looking for the second out in the second inning. And there comes Corbin Hamilton. Strikeout looking, but overall just a quality pitch from Jack Matthew. Here Hamilton fights one foul down the first base side. Count 0-1. But as I've always said, you look at a guy like Derek Cox, a young player, and sometimes you're going to strike out looking against guys who on paper might be better. But the only way you're going to get better as a player is by playing against people who are theoretically better than you are at this current point. That's the only way you can improve as a player. So overall, good at-bat there for Derek Cox, even down looking as Corbin Hamilton steps up now in a 1-1 count. Matthew kicks and fires. A two-seamer misses upstairs. The count now 2 balls and a strike. And Matthew ready to go again. This one hit the other way. Trailing in right field, but O'Leary moves over, and he will make the catch for the third out. The Hornets down in order in the second inning, and we'll go to the bottom half, still scoreless, here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside, it's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Getting ready for the bottom of the second inning here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. Scoreless so far, and due up this inning for the Mustangs will be Logan Law, Hunter Gillette, and Lawson O'Leary. That's 6, 7, and 8 in the Mustangs order as they try to break our scoreless tie. In steps Logan Law, the Hidden Valley catcher, against Corbin Hamilton, still on the mound for the Hornets. A first pitch breaking ball rolled back up the middle. Connor Shively fields it in the gap, bobbles it on the transfer, makes the throw in time, and that's an out. Oh, Coach Justin Spinner might want to have a conversation about that one. Very close at first. Instead, it looks like they're going to let that one stand. A very, very close play, and that will go in the book as a 6-3 putout for the first out in the second inning. Here's Hunter Gillette, right-handed bat for Hidden Valley. Corbin Hamilton ready with the delivery. That one a pitch on the outside. Might have been a breaking ball. Regardless, swung on and missed. Gillette down at the count, 0-1. Back on Wednesday, Gillette was 1 for 3, had a single in the second inning. Otherwise, he struck out twice. Here's the 0-1. That's a breaking pitch that misses wide. Count even at 1-1. Gillette was also 1 for 3 in these teams' first meetings back on April 11th. Here he takes a pitch down below the knees and probably a touch outside as well. The count 2-1 to Gillette. 2-1, another breaking pitch, this time on the inside, and Hamilton evens the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes, 1 away. And again, still scoreless, bottom of the second. First of 2 today from Hidden Valley. Here's the 2-2 from Hamilton. A slider misses wide, and the count runs full. It's a good take there from Gillette. That's Hamilton's put-away pitch, is that slider running away, and that time just spit on it. Here's a curveball. That one dipped below the zone, but chased, and Gillette down on strike. Second out in the second inning. And here comes Lawson O'Leary. Taking a look at O'Leary last time out. Looks like he didn't get an at-bat back on Wednesday. But O'Leary was 0 for 3 back in these teams' first meeting. Count a ball and a strike to him here. Hamilton from the windup delivers. That one popped up, could be playable behind third. Mark Carpenter over a few steps. He will put that one away, and the Mustangs down in order in the second, heading to the third next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends. Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Josh Eldridge back with you here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. Our continuing coverage of Henley baseball this season finds us top of the third inning as the Hornets take on the Mustangs. Skyline Conference matchup and a doubleheader today from Hidden Valley High School. Still scoreless as we enter the top of the third. It'll be Carson Sims, Ryan Douglas, and Mark Carpenter due up this half inning for Henley. Carson Sims, a guy who had been missing from the lineup for about a month. He actually fractured his wrist back in the league opener, or just about the league opener, first or second game, again, about a month ago. He holds up on the first pitch here, 1-0. But Carson made his return to the lineup against Hidden Valley back on Wednesday in one at-bat. Carson was 1 for 1. The 1-0 pitch is taken for a strike. He was 1 for 1 at the plate. Not only that, he got to play the top of the seventh inning defensively and just made a fantastic catch in right field to end the game. Here he sends a looper into shallow left, gets down into no man's land, and Carson Sims aboard with a leadoff single in the top of the third. Great to see his bat back in the order for Henley. This one, a slow roller down the down the third base side. Pardon me, looked like a bunt attempt from Douglas. He'll do that, and he's liable to beat it out as well. Douglas behind in the count, 0-1. Move over to first. Back safely is Sims. Douglas, tall batting stance. He stands up straight. Pink batting gloves as well. Love that. He pops up the bunt foul. The count now 0-2 to Douglas. Flash you back again to Wednesday, where Douglas was 1 for 3. He grounded out and struck out in his first two at-bats, but in the sixth inning, reached on a two-out single and would eventually come around to score on the 2 RBI double from Mark Carpenter that helped Henley to a 4-run 6th inning and eventually a victory back on Wednesday. Here's the 0-2 to Douglas, misses upstairs, trying to backdoor Sims at first is Law, but Sims dives back to the bag safely. The count of ball and 2 strikes to Ryan Douglas. The Henley lineup turns over next with Mark Carpenter waiting on deck. Matthew, the lefty, looks in, gathers the sign from Law, comes set, checks the runner Sims, and delivers a fastball high. That misses. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Nobody out, top of the 3rd inning. Still scoreless between Hidden Valley and Henley. One of 2 Skyline Conference games going on today. Of course, back home in the Klamath Basin, Mazama and Klamath Union going at it today. We'll try to keep you updated on that score as we move along the broadcast as well, as it looks like Ryan Douglas swung through a high fastball for strike 3. First out in the 3rd inning. But here's Mark Carpenter. Goes in and gets the sign from Coach Teeters at 3rd. See if there's anything going on the base paths with a good hitter in Carpenter at the plate and a decent amount of speed at first as well in Carson Sims. Already mentioned Carpenter's 2 RBI double last time out. He was a flyout victim and walked twice otherwise during that game as he takes the first pitch wide here, 1-0. Dangerous guy to pitch to. We've seen him intentionally walked in these scenarios multiple times this year where that then gives you a force out at any base, but seems as the Mustangs are content to pitch to him here. He takes a curveball. That misses low as well, 2-0. Even though they're not going to intentionally walk him, I think you still have to be careful with Carpenter at the plate. Saw a couple pitches low. It's obvious the Mustangs trying to roll up a double play. The second baseman, Zauer, practically playing on top of the second base bag, which means there's a big old gap on the right side of the infield. And a pitch outside, Carpenter takes 3-0. When you give him a pitch to hit on the outside, it doesn't take much to just poke it through that gap on the right side. And Carpenter has shown that he can do that this year. Although ahead in the count 3-0, he's not going to swing at something unless it is absolutely perfect for him. As Matthew comes set and will make a move over to first before the 3-0 pitch. Carpenter back in, ready for the 3-0. And Matthew will give it to him, although it misses upstairs and a walk. Puts 2 men on for Connor Shively. And as I've said multiple times this year and will likely continue to say, Mark Carpenter, your leadoff hitter, but you go deeper into this lineup, it does not get much easier after him as Connor Shively steps in now. Look at Shively on the season, and he is a monster on the offensive end. .439 hitting. He's got 23 RBI. That is second most on the team. Second most runs scored as well with 27. Takes a strike here. Gets on base 50% of the time. So mathematically speaking, with him being 0 for 1 so far, he's due to get on base here. The 0-1 to Shively. That one misses down. Count even at a ball and a strike. Jacoby Tacchini waits on deck for Henley. Lefty versus lefty here. The only time we'll get to see that matchup all day is Jack Matthew, left-handed thrower. Shively, the only left-handed bat for Henley. Shively swings through that pitch. Curveball trailing away from him, and it's a now 1-2 count to Shively. Runner at second is Carson Sims. Aboard at first is Mark Carpenter. And a 1-2 count at the plate to Shively. Here's Matthew. Fastball misses high, count even. Of course, talked about Mazama Klamath Union playing today. Of course, the Henley softball team is also taking on Hidden Valley today. We'll try to keep you updated on that score as we move throughout today's broadcast as well. Matthew is set, and he will step off. Trying to keep everybody honest out there in a 2-2 count. Comes set, now delivers home. That pitch misses low to Shively, and the count is full. Big out to get here for Jack Matthew. From the Mustangs' perspective, you don't want to face Jacoby Tacchini with the bases loaded, the conference leader in RBI. The 3-2 on its way. Shively pops it up, out of play, foul, so the count will remain full. Shively steps in, looks down the pitcher, Matthew, who comes set. Matthew takes a look out at second base and delivers home. A curveball misses outside, and the bases are loaded for Jacoby Tacchini. Carpenter to second. Sims now to third. And these are the opportunities that the young Tacchini absolutely thrives in. 31 RBI this season. Second on the team in hitting at .469. He is second on the team in hits. And he very rarely strikes out. In fact, tied for tops on the team in fewest strikeouts this season. He's only struck out 4 times in 80 at-bats. Here he takes ball 1. Calls time at the plate before the 1-0. Max Price, the cleanup hitter, on deck for Henley. Tacchini waiting for the pitch. Here it is. That one in around the knees, also off the inside part of the plate, and the count 2-0 to Tacchini. Tacchini can now afford to be a little bit picky up there. A couple of pitches ahead in the count. Curious the approach here from the standout freshman catcher for the Hornets. Here's the 2-0. Bounces one back up the middle. Mendez flips on to Zauer to second for 1, and a 6-4-3 double play. Just as you draw it up, will kill the rally for the Hornets. They leave a couple runners on base, but the Mustangs escape unscathed. To the bottom of the third we go. Scoreless on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been away forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Getting ready for the bottom of the third inning in a scoreless ball game between the Hornets and the Mustangs. Due up this half for Hidden Valley is Landon Nash, Caden Kunert, and Wiley Mendez. First pitch to Landon Nash. Rolls one out in front of the pitcher. Hamilton flip onto first in time. A close play, but that will be put in the books as an out. I believe that was Nash. Yeah, it was. Okay. Couldn't make out the number for a moment. But here we go. One out, bottom of the third inning, and back to the top of the Hidden Valley order for Caden Kunert. He also does a bit of an excuse me swing, but this time the ball goes foul. And so benefit there of a lucky bounce off the plate, and Caden Coonard will stay alive in this at-bat. He's 0 for 1 on the day, flew out to right field to start the contest today. This one rolled back out towards shortstop. Shively, it eats him up a little bit out there. And believe that would be an error charged to the shortstop there, allowing Coonard to reach first. Runner aboard, 1 out. Now it's Wiley Mendez to bat now for Hidden Valley. First pitch to him. Looked like it missed downstairs. The count 1-0. Mendez struck out in his first at-bat. Here a step off from Hamilton, and the throw over. Coonard is back safely. It's a 1-0 count at the plate. Runner is on the move. This one is popped out to third. Oh, no, it's a popper and fielded on a hop is Carpenter. Throws on to first in time. That does allow Coonard to reach second safely. Apologies for kind of missing that play there. It looked like it took one tall hop to third. Carpenter then fielded it and threw on to first for the second out. Again, in the meantime, Coonard advances to second. Now it's Elijah Zauer with a 2-out RBI opportunity for the Mustangs in the bottom of the third inning. Zauer reached on a walk with 2 outs in the first, but was eventually left stranded at second base. Hamilton steps off before making the throw. It seems as though he wants to talk it over with the catcher, Jacoby Tacchini, maybe get on the same page as far as signals go and that kind of thing. Want to take a moment to thank the Pacific Power Foundation for coming aboard of this season for Henley Baseball and for donating nearly $70,000 in 2024 to organizations like the Bonanza Big Springs Recreational District, the Oregon Tech Foundation, and the Klamath County Rotary Club. Big thanks to Pacific Power for coming on board for this season of Henley Baseball. Pitch to Zauer, misses down. The count now 2 balls and no strikes. Jack Matthew waits on deck for Hidden Valley. Pitch to Zauer. That one also misses low. And almost trying to steal or take third there was Coonard. Got about halfway there and slammed on the brakes. Nearly fell over trying to scamper back to second. But he's able to get there safely, and it's a 3-0 count to Zauer at the plate. Again with Matthew waiting on deck. Hamilton set with the pitch. That one misses down around the shoes, and pardon me, now that must make it a 3-0 count. Apologies there. Hamilton looks in, gets the sign from Tacchini, sets up outside. And the pitch. That one will miss, and that will put Zauer on base. 2 on, 2 out, and the cleanup hitter up next. It's Jack Matthew. Matthew 1 for 1 today. He singled back in the first inning. Looking to help himself out a little bit here as the pitcher trying to knock in the first run of the ball game. Bottom of the third inning, still scoreless between the Hornets and the Mustangs. First pitch to Matthew, a curveball fought off foul. Count 0-1. Mauricio Mendez waiting on deck for the Mustangs as Matthew, tall batting stance, waits the pitch from Hamilton. This one is going to be a passed ball as both runners will advance. It was a swinging strike, though. Couldn't tell for a moment if it was maybe fouled off, but it looks like Coonard will advance to third, Zauer to second. It's an 0-2 count to Jack Matthew. 2 outs, bottom of the third, scoreless. Big pitch coming up here for Corbin. And the delivery is swung on and missed. Hamilton sets down Matthew to keep this one scoreless. Heading to the top of the fourth next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Getting ready for the top of the fourth inning. Still scoreless from Hidden Valley High School between the Mustangs and your Henley Hornets. For Henley so far, they haven't scored yet, but they got 2 hits, an error. They've left 3 runners on. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for Hidden Valley. They've left 4 runners on. It's been a pretty swift-moving ball game through nearly 1/2 of play today. Hornets will look to get the bats going here in the top of the fourth inning. It'll be Max Price, Bo Pyle, and Derek Cox due up this half for Henley. Jack Matthews still on the hill for Hidden Valley. He's thrown well, all things considered so far. Was in quite a jam in the third inning. Had the bases loaded and 1 out and was able to keep this thing scoreless, courtesy of inducing a 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. So Matthew cruising right along against one of the best lineups, if not the best lineup, in the 4A classification. Here's the 1-0. That one taken wide, the count 2-0. Price today walked and was left stranded in the first inning. 2-0 to him is going to miss upstairs. And now 3-0 the count to Max Price. Hasn't had too many opportunities to hit the ball against this team. The 3-0, that one will find the zone. Looked like maybe Matthew went down a little bit on the velocity in hopes of getting one across the zone. So now in a 3-1 count, Price can still choose a little bit up there what he wants to hit. The 3-1 popped up behind first, out of play. And the count is now full, 3-2. Max Price this season, batting .300 this point in the year, now in a full count. Here's the pitch. That one hit hard to left field. That's going to get down. Could be extra bases for Price. Big turnaround first, but that's where he will stay. A leadoff single for Max Price in the fourth inning. Back-to-back innings, a leadoff base runner now for Henley, although this time hoping to convert. Now it's up to Bo Pyle to keep this train moving for the Hornets. Pyle flew out in the second inning, 0 for 1 today. Here he shows bunt. That pitch misses high. Throw down to try to get Price, but he's back safely. Count 1-0. I was talking about Pyle's struggles last game against Hidden Valley. He did not have those struggles the first time these teams met. Back on April 11th, Pyle was 2 for 3 with 2 doubles and an RBI. Here's the pitch. He's showing bunt again, pulls back in time, and the count 2-0. Back-to-back pitches, Matthew misses well high, inducing Law to have to stand up from behind the plate to bring that one in. Small lead off of first for Price. Pyle showing bunt again. This time the pitch misses in. Nearly hit him. The count now 3-0 to Bo Pyle. Now credit to Matthew. He's worked back into a lot of these at-bats in a full count. He has issued 3 walks today. Here finds the zone. Right over the middle. Count 3-1. Pyle seeing the strike now. Knows what it looks like. See how he attacks in a 3-1 count. After Pyle, again, Derek Cox waits on deck for Henley. Pyle still showing bunt. The 3-1 will miss in. And Pyle gets on base via the walk. A good at-bat for him as Max Price moves to second. And now it'll be Derek Cox to bat. But before he does, we'll get a visit on the mound from Coach Spinner. And while he discusses things with his pitcher, Jack Matthew, want to remind you that today's broadcast on MyBasin.com is always brought to you by Gino's Cafe on East Main Street in Klamath Falls. Open every morning at 6:30, serving their famous breakfast burritos. Those are served all day long, along with other menu items like burgers, monthly specials, and Italian favorites. You can order online at iloveginos.com, or you can order on DoorDash. And Coach Spinner likes to take his time out there with these meetings on the mound. Oftentimes has to be broken up by the home plate umpire, and it will be again here. But that's why they give you that amount of time. Talk things over with your infield. It's not against the rules per se, but it is what often happens with the home plate umpire having to break things up out there. Well, he's still out there. The home plate umpire has been standing on the mound for a minute himself, with Coach Spinner still talking to his pitcher. And is he going to take the ball from Jack Matthew? It looks like he is. So we're going to see a pitching change early in this one. Scoreless. Jack Matthew hadn't allowed a run. He allowed 2 base hits, but his day is done, and we'll see a new Mustangs pitcher coming up in just a moment. We'll step aside, come back, and introduce you to him when we return on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Josh Eldridge back with you here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. We do have a pitching change for Hidden Valley. Looks like Mauricio Mendez getting warm-up tosses in out there on the hill. I believe the other changes is going to be Nash moving from left to first base, I believe. And Matthew will stay in the lineup and go out to the outfield. At least that's what it looks like so far. We'll confirm that to be the case for sure in just a moment. Mendez, though, a right-hander. Jack Matthew exits the game. He's responsible for the runners who will be on base in Max Price at second and Bo Pyle at first, with Derek Cox due up here. So, there we go. Matthew in left after being done pitching. Nash now at first. Zauer still at second, Mendez still at short, Gillette still at third, Kunert still in center, and O'Leary still in right. Looks like maybe, well, I could still be mistaken. It looks like Matthew. Well, regardless, here's the first pitch to Derek Cox. It's a strike. Count now 0-1. Let me see if I can get this straightened up for you here as far as defensive lineups for the Mustangs. It's an 0-1 count to Derek Cox. It's a 1-1 count now. Mendez move over to second. Diving back safely is Price. Cox in a 1-1 count. Here's the pitch from Mendez. Shows bunt again. Pops it up. Out of play. That'll be foul. Count is 1-2. Mendez trying to get the first out here in the inning in a 1-2 count against Derek Cox. 2 runners on, still scoreless in the inning. The pitch is going to miss high and in. The count even now at 2-2. Mendez set with the 2-2. A curveball missed high, and the count now full, 3-2. Good pitch to lay off there for Derek. He's 0 for 1 today, struck out in the second inning. But putting up a good battle at the plate here with nobody out and a full count now. Corbin Hamilton waits on deck. The pitch. That one is looked at for strike 3. Hornets fans dissatisfied with that one. Hard to disagree with them, but Derek Cox down looking for the second time today on the outside heater. That'll bring up Corbin Hamilton. Runners remain at first and second, this time, though, with 1 out for Corbin. He's 0 for 1 today. So I'm going to go ahead and trust our official scorer, by the way, about the defensive changes. It looks like Gunnar Johnson has taken over at first, and Matthew has taken over in right or in left, and so that's what I'm going to go with until shown otherwise. That's what the official scorebook that I have right now says. So I'm going to go for that for right now, and if I need to make any amendments, we'll do so throughout the game. As Hamilton fouled off the first pitch, the count 0-1, and now it is a 1-1 count to Corbin. Like I said, he flew out back in the second inning, but as the pitcher, an opportunity to help himself out a little bit here. Mendez set with the 1-1. Now the pitch. That one is fisted shallow right field. And no, that one actually carried quite a bit longer than I thought it was going to. Hit off the inside of the bat, but that's down. Now running home is Max Price. The play at the plate, and he is out. Double in the gap, and the relay done well for the Mustangs. This game remains scoreless as they tried to score Price from second, and he was thrown out. In the meantime, though, Bo Pyle does advance to third. Hamilton stays at first after the single. There are now 2 outs in the inning, runners at the corners, and here's Carson Sims with an RBI opportunity. Great play, credit where credit's due for Hidden Valley. It was fielded in right field by Lawson O'Leary, threw it to the cutoff man who threw a dart to the catcher Law. Tag applied and frankly had Price beat by about 2 or 3 steps too. Just a good defensive play leading to the out. Now here's Carson Sims. 1 for 1 today in an RBI opportunity. Swings through the first pitch. It's 0-1. Sims, down to 0-1 count, steps out, gets some signs from Coach Teeters. See if Hamilton's on the move here with runners at the corners. Mendez set the pitch. Hamilton stays put, and the pitch misses high. Count even, a ball and a strike. After Sims, if this inning continues, it's Ryan Douglas. Pyle, small lead off a third, sort of walks down the line. The third baseman, Gillette, not really holding him there. The 1-1 on its way to Sims is taken high for a ball. Maybe a touch outside as well, 2-1. Mendez back on the mound, looks in, gets the sign from Law. Mendez set. Law sets up outside. The pitch is in the dirt. Law blocks it, though. Good work saving a run for sure. Now the count 3-1 to Carson Sims. Just looking to get on base, really, for Sims. Get the bases loaded for the next guy up. Although a base hit would score a run, and if you take it in the gap, could score a couple. Sims will take a strike. Again, Henley fans thinking that strike zone growing a little bit on the outer third. It's been a little inconsistent on the outside today, but that time Sims gets strike two called against him. Now the count is full. 2 outs, runners at the corner, still scoreless, top of the 4th inning. Runner on the move. That pitch is down and away, no doubt about it. Sims gets on first. Hamilton advances to second. Pyle stays at third. Bases loaded for Ryan Douglas. Douglas 0 for 1 today, and he struck out in the 3rd inning. But an opportunity here to come through for his team. I was talking about it back in the game on Wednesday. Just the great turnaround that Douglas has experienced in the last about 7 or so ball games has seen his batting average jump up 80 points in that span. Actually, closer to about 100 points. He was hitting 173 back at the beginning of conference play, and now up around 280. Count 0-2 to him here, though. Mendez trying to leave the bases loaded against the Hornets. It would be their 2nd time in a row. Pardon me, the count 1-1. Pitch on its way. That one misses in. The count now 2-1. Good take there by Douglas on a curveball that missed in. It started in around his hands and breaking away from the right-handed hitter still, though, didn't break enough. And missed on the inside. That one missed high and away. The count 3-1. Top of the order due up next. It's Mark Carpenter. Big guy to get here if you're the Mustangs. Ryan Douglas earning a walk here, though, is one of the best case scenarios for the Hornets. The pitch. That one's going to miss high. It's going to hit the backstop. Run is going to score anyway. And Henley takes a lead in the top of the 4th inning after a walk issued to Ryan Douglas. Pyle scores. Hamilton to third. Are they running for Hamilton out there? No, looks like Corbin's on the base paths. Sims advances to second. Douglas at first. And the reigning 4A Player of the Year, Mark Carpenter, to bat with the bases juiced and 2 outs in the 4th. First pitch to him, taken down Main Street for strike 1. Boy, Carpenter would love to put a jolt into this ball and break this game open. A 1-run lead is never safe. But with the bases loaded and pretty good speed everywhere, an extra base hit could clear the bases. This time Carpenter takes one upstairs, the count even at 1. After Carpenter, if the inning continues, it's Connor Shively. Here's a pitch. Carpenter hits one in the air, shallow right. Wynn taking control of that one. Coming in is the right fielder O'Leary and makes the running catch to end the inning. But the Hornets get on the board. They score one off 2 base hits in the inning. They leave the bases loaded, but they'll take a 1-0 lead to the bottom of the 4th. That's coming up next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Bottom of the 4th inning. It is a 1-0 Henley lead, and due up this half for Hidden Valley will be Mauricio Mendez, Logan Law, and Hunter Gillette. Pitch from Corbin Hamilton, swung on and missed for strike 1 to Mauricio Mendez. Started the game at first base, now finds himself tasked with the pitching duties. He's 0 for 1 at the plate today. Did a fine job of trying to get out of a jam in the last inning, got the bases loaded. Unfortunately, walked a run in, but was able to keep it at that, and that run definitely doesn't actually count against him. That would be against Jack Matthew, the starter. And so, even though, again, a run scored, not scored against Mendez, although he is down in the count here 0-2. Here's the pitch from Hamilton. That one misses away. Count a ball and 2 strikes now to Mendez. Rolled one out to the pitcher to end the 1st inning in his previous at-bat. Pitch on the way from Corbin. 1-2, misses downstairs, count even. Always love coming out here to Hidden Valley High School, seeing some familiar faces for myself. The 2-2 swung on and missed. Mendez down on strikes to lead off the 4th inning. I was a graduate of Hidden Valley High School in 2018, and so always nice to come back here and see the folks who, helped get me through high school. I'm sure it wasn't an easy task for everybody else when I was in high school. As the catcher, Logan Law, gets ready to step in for the Mustangs. Corbin Hamilton ready for the delivery. That's a called strike. But it got me thinking, this last week was it was National Teachers Week. And, you ask anybody who's ever been to Hidden Valley High School, and a lot of them will say the same handful of people for who their favorite teachers are and who have been here for the last decade or more. And I can remember some teachers who are still here at Hidden Valley who made an impact on me as the 1-1 misses downstairs. I believe the count 2-1 now. Sandra Wright was a AP U.S. history teacher. She taught me government and econ. She taught me AP world history as well. The 2-1 is a strike, 2-2 to Logan Law. And it was kind of her partner in crime, too, was one of the English teachers at Hidden Valley. So here's the swung on and missed. A 2-2 down on strikes is Logan Law. Back-to-back Ks to begin the inning for Corbin Hamilton. When I was getting ready to talk about Laurelyn Towns, Miss Towns was a great teacher, an English teacher here at Hidden Valley High School. I believe she still teaches here. Was one of my favorites. Did a project in her class where we made like a recreation of the movie, of the book, Fahrenheit 451. It's kind of like a dystopian futuristic government overreach type book. A good read if you ever find yourself in a position to read it. Here's the 0-1 to Hunter Gillette, taken for a strike. 0-2. I can remember making this video and her playing it in class. I was the only guy who added a blooper reel to the end of my movie, and that sounded like a big hit to all the students who were in my class, in Miss Town's class, back in 2018. The 0-2 taken for a ball to Hunter Gillette, 1-2. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention another guy who used to teach here for National Teachers Week at Hidden Valley, and that was probably my overall favorite teacher here, and that would be Patrick Irvin, as the 1-2 misses outside the count. 2-2. Mr. Irvin was, he was my teacher for my video production class, which is what got me into this sort of field of being here at these games and producing videos and sound bites and news stories. The 2-2 misses high, count 3-2 to Hunter Gillette. 2 outs, bottom of the 4th inning, 1-0 Henley against Hidden Valley. But along with my video class, he was another government and econ teacher, although I was his teacher's aide in that class. As the 3-2 swung on and missed, down on strikes. Hamilton strikes out the side against Hunter Gillette. We'll keep talking about National Teachers Week a little bit later on during the broadcast today, but as we go to the top of the 5th inning, it's Henley with a 1-0 lead over the Hidden Valley Mustangs here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside. It's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Well, we're getting ready for the top of the 5th inning. Mauricio Mendez getting ready to work his 2nd inning out of relief. Comes in relief of Jack Matthew, who we can close the book on. Jack pitched 3 innings today, gave up 3 hits, 1 run. It was earned. He walked 4, and he struck out 2. Mendez, again, he pitched that entire last inning, gave up a hit. He did walk 2 and struck out 1. The run that scored, of course, credited to Matthew. It was a leadoff single to Max Price in that last inning that allowed the Hornets to rally around and score a run and find themselves up in the top of the 5th inning. It's Connor Shively, Jacoby Tacchini, and Max Price do up this half for the Hornets. First pitch to Shively was a ball, 1-0. The second pitch swung through for strike 1, and the count even now for the Henley shortstop. He flew out in the first inning. He walked and was left stranded in the 3rd. Now he's tasked with getting the rally started in the 5th, and he'll take a strike. They count a ball and 2 strikes now to Connor Shively. And it seems as though the outside pitch is being called everywhere. Shively, the lefty, but still that outside pitch being called against him. A 1-2 count. Here it is. That one is bounced right back up the middle. Mendez, the tall pitcher, leaps off the mound to put that one away after the toss to first for the first out in the 5th inning. It's the benefit of having a tall guy like Mendez out there on the hill. He also plays basketball for Hidden Valley, or at least he did this past winter. And serviceable player, too. He's that height. It's a tough to contend with on the basketball court, and especially it's dominating on the mound as Jacoby Tacchini takes a pitch high, 1-0. And some of the very best pitchers in Major League Baseball history were some of the more tallest. I look at the way that Mauricio Mendez has his delivery. Comes set about belt high, a tall leg kick, sort of a lower arm slot, not necessarily submarine, but sort of off to the side. He's got a delivery a lot like Randy Johnson used to back in the 1990s for the Seattle Mariners, and of course won a World Series with the Arizona Diamondbacks. As that pitch misses wide, the count now 2-1 to Jacoby Tacchini. I'm not saying Mauricio Mendez is Randy Johnson. Of course, that's a tall task to live up to, but he certainly has the look of a guy like the big unit out there. And Takini's going to call time. Max Price is on deck for Henley. 1 out, top of the 5th inning, and a 1-0 Henley lead. Pitch on the way to Takini. That one will miss upstairs. The count now 3-1 to Takini. And home plate umpire maybe displeased with some chirping coming from the Mustang dugout. He walked over and said something to the Mustang dugout. Here's the 3-1. Takini will foul that one off. The count is full. Not sure if he fouled it off his foot. Takini kind of jogs down the line and has a talk with Coach Teeters. He swung through and wound up on the turf. I don't know if he wound up fouling it off the inside of his thigh or something like that, but while we have a moment, I want to remind you today's broadcast brought to you by Klamath Falls Subaru. The Subaru Love Promise and Subaru Share the Love events. Klamath Falls Subaru has donated thousands of dollars to dozens of hometown charities. Stop on by and say hi. Comfortable and not corporate at Klamath Falls Subaru, down on Washburn Way. Looks like we're about ready for baseball. It's a full count to Jacoby Takini. 1 out, top of the 5th inning. Base is empty, but Henley leads 1-0 over Hidden Valley. The pitch to Takini. That one's hit hard. Left field, carrying. That one is going to get down behind the left fielder, Matthew. Takini only able to make it to first on that one. It looked like it might have had the distance, and then it kind of flattened out there. And Matthew couldn't quite make out the corner of the field with a tent in my field of view, but a single for Takini. Porter Frost comes in to run. 1 out, and in steps Max Price. Sounds like we've got some cheering going on at the softball complex. I'll try to clue you in on that score here in just a minute as Max Price takes strike 1. Well, no score update from softball quite yet. Looks like Klamath Union-Mazama softball is scoreless, as is Klamath Union-Mazama baseball, still yet to get started today. Count is 1-1 to Max Price. Runner on first, 1 out. That pitch finds the zone. Count a ball and 2 strikes now. Price 1 for 1 today. He walked in the first, singled in the 4th. Pitch on its way from Mendez. That one is hit back foul. Count will remain a ball and 2 strikes. Hornets scored their lone run of the ball game on a walk. It was, I believe, Ryan Douglas who earned the walk that scored the run. 1-2 on its way to Max Price. Runner on the move. Porter Frost will get in standing after that pitch missed in the dirt. It's now a 2-2 count to to Price, and double play certainly out of order now. It would have been tough before, but now with the runner standing at second, Porter Frost, he's got a pretty good lead off of second base too. 2-2 on its way to Max Price. That one's hit hard down the left field line. Looks to be foul. And so we'll do it again, 2-2. On deck for Henley is Bo Pyle. Set is Mendez. Looks the runner at second, now delivers home. A curve ball that misses high. Count now full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, runner at second for Max Price. Henley with the lead, 1-0 in the first of 2 today, a doubleheader from Hidden Valley High School. The pitch. That one misses down and in. And now 2 runners on after ball 4 issued to Max Price. Second time he's walked today. And now it's Bo Pyle. Still looking to break out of a slump. He did walk and would come around to score in the 4th inning. Just looking to find any way to get some guys over here. Derek Cox is on deck. The pitch to Pyle. That one is in the zone. Strike 1. Pyle keeping his arms, or his hands rather, low in the batting stance. He takes the pitch inside. The count now even at a ball and a strike. Like I said, Pyle hitless in his last 3 games. Before that, had extra base hits 8 times in his last 6 games. So a little bit uncharacteristic for Pyle to be where he's at right now in a little bit of a slump, but trying to break out of it. He was on the fastball there, but got a little bit underneath it and fouled it off. Count now a ball and 2 strikes to the Henley designated hitter. Mendez the pitch. That one nearly hit Bo, but he got out of the way. Count now even at 2-2. Runner at second is Frost. Runner at first is Price. First baseman Johnson playing in front of the runner. Mendez set with the 2-2. Timeout is called at the plate, and they're going to say that Mendez balked. And so Frost now to third. Price now to second. So now a really good RBI opportunity for Bo Pyle, as a single could bring in a pair of runs. You'd also love to just have him get on base for the next guy, too. Here's the 2-2. It is line to third. Down the line, fair. That will score 1. They're going to keep Price at third, but an RBI single for Bo Pyle. That puts Henley up 2-0. Frost scores, Price to third. Again, Pyle on board with the RBI single. Derek Cox, good opportunity here. And Coach Spinner going to come on out of the dugout here and potentially bring in a new arm again. Let's see what he decides to do. No, just offering some knuckles out there while he makes his decision. Henley leads 2-0. Remind you, today's broadcast on MyBasin.com is brought to you in part by Howard's Meat Center, where tradition meets innovation with every cut and every bite of Smokin' H barbecue. As you step through their doors, you're not just entering a meat center, you're stepping back in time where quality of the meat and the depth of customer service were everything. You can check out Howard's Meat Center next to Les Schwab Tires on South 6th Street in Klamath Falls. You know, if you ever make a trip over here to Grants Pass, I'm going to do a plug for one of my former employers here in the Rogue Valley, a place that I've always thought Howard's Meat Center was sort of similar to, is Cartwright's Market, which is down here off Union Avenue in Grants Pass. My first job, actually, out of high school was working at this place. It's like a grocery store / deli / meat market. And all I did was I worked in the back, and I packaged up like deli meat and things like that, tri-tips that we sold. And then at the end of the day, my job was to clean all of the machines that had processed this raw meat all day. So the cutting machines, the like hot dog making machines. Oh gosh, that was the worst to do. But the hot dogs that came out of there were pretty darn good, I'll tell you that much. Keeping Mauricio Mendez on the mound, Derek Cox is going to take ball 1 on the outside. We'll reset things for you. Max Price aboard at third. Bo Pyle aboard at first. Top of the 5th inning. Henley leads Hidden Valley 2-0. Cox showing bunt again, lays one down the first base side. It'll be foul. And so now the count even, a ball and a strike. Looks like now Cox getting new signs from Coach Teeters down the line at third. Coach Teeters in his third season with Henley. Pitch there for Cox, lays one down the line. Throw to first is going to be in time to get Cox, but a run does score. A sacrifice bunt will score Max Price. Bo Pyle advances to second, and Henley now with a 3-0 advantage. Can't draw up a sacrifice bunt much better than that. Here's Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton 1 for 2 today. First pitch to him, flared out behind first, out of play, foul. Count 0-1. Hamilton flew out to right field in the second inning, and he singled in the fourth. Was left stranded at third. Henley leads now 3-0. The pitch from Hamilton, hit in the air, right center field. Moving in is the right fielder O'Leary, called off by the second baseman Zauer, and that will be the end of the fifth inning. But the Hornets score two base hits in the inning, and they lead now 3-0 as we go to the bottom of the fifth next. 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Getting ready for the bottom of the fifth inning, game one today from Grants Pass, Oregon. Well, really Murphy, Oregon. It's just a few miles south of downtown Grants Pass. Home of the Hidden Valley Mustangs, home of the Evergreen Federal Bank Sports Complex. Right now the Hornets leading the Mustangs, though, 3-0. First pitch is popped up by Lawson O'Leary, and the catcher, Jacoby Takini, in foul territory, makes the catch for the first out. Stepping in now is Landon Nash. Nash 0 for 1 today. He rolled one out to the pitcher back in the third inning. Left-handed bat. It's second look against Corbin Hamilton, who fires in a strike. 0-1. The 0-1 on the way from Corbin is hit, flared out, shallow left, could be trouble. It is a foul ball. And that is a loud strike number 2. That was hit directly in no man's land and just barely drifted foul. Landon Nash will have to, he was about ready to take second base on that foul ball. By the time it landed, he had already rounded first base. Now has to scamper all the way back across the pitcher's mound and get ready to hit again as Caden Cooner, the leadoff hitter and man on deck, had to offer up the bat back up to Landon Nash, but he's back in now in an 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. That is taken for a ball, down below the knees, the count 1-2. 1-2 misses, count now 2-2. And Hamilton again from the windup. The 2-2. That one's looked at for ball 3. He's tried to go outside 3 consecutive times. Hasn't worked any of them. And so now Hamilton will have to go back in the zone here. The 3-2. That is, oh, man. Close pitch missed. Good at bat from Landon Nash to come back from 0-2 to work a walk. Even if he was maybe helped out a little bit on that last pitch. Nash aboard at first, and Caden Kunert is on deck. Kunert is 0 for 2 today. He flew out to right field in the first, reached on the error in the third inning. Henley's only error committed today. Here's the pitch. Fouled straight back, the count 0-1. Kunert trying to get his man over into scoring position. Hidden Valley hasn't had much going on, only 1 hit today, and that was back in the first inning, but that could change. They're on a ground ball into right field. And there's a single for Caden Kunert, moves Nash to second, and that's exactly what I was talking about for the Mustangs. Get a base hit there, and now you've got 2 runners on and 1 out for Wiley Mendez, and the beef of this Mustang order comes 2, 3, 4, 5. And here is that 2-hitter. It's Wiley Mendez. Although today Mendez is 0 for 2. He struck out in the first and grounded out in the third. Hornets hoping for a double play to get him out of this jam. Here's the first pitch. That one's line drive down the left field side. It is foul. Mendez a little bit out in front of that one. Now down to the count 0-1. Coach Spinner in the third base coaching box for Hidden Valley, offering up some signs to Caden Kunert, to Wiley Mendez. Elijah Zauer waits on deck for the Mustangs. Hamilton set with a 0-1. Pitch is offered up at, and we've swung through the count 0-2. Hamilton set again, this time with the 0-2. Here's the pitch. That one misses wide. The count 1-2. Hamilton's been throwing well. Don't want to let this inning get away from him. Henley with a 3-0 lead in the 5th. Hamilton delivers home. That pitch also misses. Count 2-2. Inning started with O'Leary popping out, but a walk and then a single has put 2 runners on for the Mustangs. Hamilton set. And the pitch. Curveball hit a long way, but foul. Count will remain 2-2. I was talking a little while ago about National Teachers Week here at Hidden Valley. It's where I went to school, of course. You might have missed that conversation. Highlighted a couple of my favorites from back in the day here as a Mustang. The 2-2. That one misses high and in. The count 3-2. There's always living orange and bleeding blue. My principal at the time, I believe he's now an administrator at North Medford High School. Day Stone was our principal. Always preaching the school pride. It's the 3-2. That one's hit. Deep left, carrying. Douglas trying to go back. He's going to the wall, and he makes the catch on the run by the wall. Over the shoulder, Ryan Douglas. What a catch for the second out in the 5th inning. Man, oh man, he ran a long way. Tip of the cap, young man. Yes, you've heard it, but the throw in is going to result in an out. I was looking at Douglas tip his cap. Douglas lift his cap, tip his cap, and we come back and the inning is over, trying to find out what's happening out here. before we go to break. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and throw to break right now as the teams take the field, and when I come back, we'll try to find out what happened. Bottom of the 5th inning, and it is still 3-0 with Henley in front. 104.3 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home, I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
So, welcome back to Henley Baseball. Top of the 6th inning, Henley leads 3-0. Got some clarification on what happened at the end of that last inning. It was a great catch in left field by Ryan Douglas. But Caden Kunert, he thought the ball was going to go. He was standing at first. He ran to second, rounded second like he was going to go to third. When the ball was caught, he ran back to first to tag up. Although what happened is he didn't touch second base first before going back. And so since you didn't go back the full way, you skipped second base to go back to first. You never established yourself at second base, and so there's your out. He made it back to first in time, but they just tagged second, and he was out. And so that's what happened to end the 5th inning. Again, top of the 6th, it's 3-0 Henley, and Carson Sims will bat. Sims 1 for 1 today. He walked and singled so far. Pitch is fouled off, and it looks like Caden Kunert has come in to pitch. Looks like Mendez. So here's what we're going to do. We've got popped up, could be playable. And nobody will make the catch in foul territory. Looks like everyone was waiting for someone else to get called off. And the count is now 0-2. Sims bailed out a little bit there. So I believe it's going to be Kunert pitching. As that pitch misses wide, the count 1-2. Mendez is back at first. Looks like Nash is back in left, and I believe Matthew is in center. Is the changes for the Mustangs. Sims, a bouncing ball towards third. Gillette up with it. Throw across the diamond is in time, and that'll be the first out in the 6th inning. So I'll go ahead and switch that. The Nash in center. Matthew is still in left. Thank you to Hidden Valley fan for clarifying things for me there. 5-3 in the book for Sims at bat as Ryan Douglas steps in now. Douglas 0 for 1 today. He struck out in the 3rd. He walked in the 4th. Here he takes strike 1. Again, this is just the first of 2 games today from Hidden Valley High School. A doubleheader will wrap up the season series between these 2 teams, and the first 2 were won by the Hornets back at Rosser Field back on April 11th and then back on Wednesday. And here again, they lead 3-0, top of the 6th inning. Here's the pitch to Douglas. That's a strike on the inner 3rd, and he is down looking. Second strikeout of the day for Ryan Douglas. And that will bring up Mark Carpenter with 2 away and the base is empty in the top of the 6th inning. course, the Mustangs in the somewhat of a shift against Carpenter, although there's a lot of room in a few different spots in the infield. Carpenter fouls one off the other way, the count 0-1. Big old gap on the right side with the second baseman Zauer playing nearly on top of the second base bag. The shortstop Mendez kind of playing in the gap between second and third base, and the third baseman Gillette hugging the line. But tough to play this shift when you can't fully get a guy over to second base, although Carpenter lines it back up the middle. There to make the play was Zauer. Throw on to first in time, and there you go. That's why you shift Zauer over on top of the second base bag to get Carpenter. Hornets down in order in the sixth, but they lead 3-0 going to the bottom half next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Bottom of the sixth inning, and it is a 3-0 ball game in favor of the Henley Hornets against the Hidden Valley Mustangs. Due up this half for the Mustangs. It's 3-4-5 in their order. Elijah Zauer, Jack Matthew, and Mauricio Mendez. First pitch on its way to Zauer from Corbin Hamilton is going to be called a strike in the count 0-1. And Zauer, without an official at-bat today, he has walked twice, though. Here he falls behind in the count 0-2. Was left stranded at second base each time as well. Sure, he'd like to make that full trek around and get in the Mustangs' opening run of the ball game. The bottom of the sixth inning. The pitch from Hamilton looked at. Zauer spits on the pitch in the dirt, 1-2. Hamilton ready to go. The 1-2 is looked at for a ball. Count 2-2. Again, that outside, I think Hamilton thought that would have been strike 3, but instead it's ball 2. Now we'll have to try again. That one misses. That was low, and so, again, Zauer does a good job. He was down in the count 0-2, lays off 2 pretty close pitches and a curveball that missed down to work the count full. And now here's the pitch from Hamilton. That one is looked at for, for ball 4. Oh, man, that outside pitch, that's just brutal for Corbin Hamilton. Threw about as good as a full count pitch as you can. A fastball on the outside third, but Zauer awarded the walk for the third time today. And he's on with nobody out and Jack Matthew to bat. Matthew 1 for 2 today. He singled in the first, and he struck out in the third. Here's the pitch from Hamilton. That one, a curveball, misses outside, 1-0. And Jacoby Tacchini coming out to have a conversation with Corbin, probably just offering some encouragement. And while he does, we'll remind you that today's broadcast brought to you in part by God's Gifts Photography. Are you a parent of a high school athlete just tired of trying to take good photos and keep up with the action? That's okay. There is a solution. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. You can search them up on Facebook at God's Gifts 2 to learn more. It is a 1-0 count to Matthew. That pitch finds the zone. The count 1-1. And looked pretty similar to the pitch that was called ball 4 against Zauer, but this time Hamilton the beneficiary of the outside strike call. And the count is even at 1-1. Hamilton from the stretch, and that one will hit Matthew. And looked like Matthew swung the bat. And Matthews swung the bat, and it hit him in the hand, but swinging strike nonetheless. The count, a ball and 2 strikes. Small lead off of first for Zauer. About 2 steps off the bag. As Matthews steps back in. Takini sets up outside for the 1-2. Zauer on the move. The pitch is in the dirt. The throw down is not going to be in time. And so the count at the plate is now 2-2, and Zauer swipes second. Sneaky there. He didn't have much of a lead, but he had a really good jump, and that can definitely make up for not a great lead. So Zauer steals second, and a 2-2 count at the plate to Jack Matthew. Nobody out, runner in scoring position. This is one of the better opportunities the Mustangs have had all day long. So that pitch misses high. The count is full. After Matthew in the Hidden Valley order, it's Mauricio Mendez. Hamilton set with the full count pitch. Here it is. That one is swung on and missed. Matthew down on strikes for the second time today. That's the first out in the 6th inning. Runner remains at second for Hidden Valley for Mauricio Mendez to bat now. Mendez 0 for 2 today, grounded out in the 1st inning, struck out in the 4th. Here's the pitch from Hamilton, taken down for a ball, 1-0. After Mendez in the Hidden Valley batting order, it's Logan Law, then Hunter Gillette. Hamilton is set. Pitch, that one is in the dirt as well, but Takini does a good job of keeping that one in front of him, not letting the runner Zauer at second advance to third on the pitch in the turf. It's Hamilton now set with the 2-0. Delivers. That one is over the plate but low, and the count 3-0. Hamilton set the pitch. That one is a strike. Inner third, about bell tie, and the count 3-1. Hamilton delivers the 3-1. A bouncer towards first. Meyer backhands it and will take it to the bag for 1. But a runner advances to third, Zauer, and so he's 90 feet away from scoring for Logan Law to bat now with 2 outs. Law is 0 for 2 today, but what an opportunity to try to come up big for his team here. Bottom of the 6th inning, runner at third. 2 outs. First pitch to Law, a curveball called a strike, 0-1. Hamilton ready to go. The pitch. Slider that time, called a strike, 0-2. 1 strike away from leaving that runner in scoring position again. The pitch. Looked at for a ball. The count 1-2. It's hard not to chuckle at these pitches that are outside or not outside. It's just been inconsistent on the outside all day long. Hamilton thought it was strike 3, but he'll have to try again. Now on a 1-2 count. That pitch misses wide. There's no doubt about that one. The count 2-2. Hamilton with the runner on third, working from the windup. It's a 2-2 count, and the pitch is fisted back up towards the middle. A slow roller towards Shively. Up with it. Throw on to first in time. And they leave the runner stranded. And Hamilton wiggles out of another jam. This time in the bottom of the 6th inning, his team leads 3-0. To the 7th we go on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I love to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Getting ready for the top of the 7th inning. Henley leads Hidden Valley 3-0 so far for Henley. 3 runs on 5 hits, 1 error, and they've left 7 runners on base. For Hidden Valley, no runs on 2 hits, no errors. They've left 6 runners on base so far. As the Hornets look for a little bit of insurance in the top of the 7th inning, it'll be Connor Shively, Jacoby Takini, and Max Price due up, as Caden Kunert continues working out there for the Mustangs. Shively 0 for 2 today. He flew out in the first, he walked in the third, and he grounded out in the 5th. First pitch to him. That one in on his hands, nearly hit him, but takes it for a ball, 1-0. Pitch to Shively as the pitcher Kunert set with a curveball. That one misses low, and the count 2-0. Set again is Kunert. And the pitch. That one misses upstairs, 3-0. Hornets went down in order in the top half of the 6th. But it's Shively trying to get on base here and will take a strike on the outside. Count 3-1. Oh, boy. Shively settles back in. Here's the pitch. That one is called a strike as well. That one up above Shively's letters. It called a strike. Count is full to Connor Shively. Here's the pitch. That one up high, there's no question, and ball 4 finally issued. More like ball 6 to Shively there, but he'll take first as Jacoby Takini gets to bat now. Small lead off of first by Shively. You're going to let Jacoby Takini swing away, though, with a runner on. Takini 2 for 3 today. Couple of singles, along with grounding out into a double play in the 3rd inning. He takes ball 1 low here. Takini, a power stick. That is for certain. The 1-0 to him. That one misses down and in. Count now 2-0. Hornets dugout trying to root on their freshman comrade. A 2-0. We're going to have to wait a second. Pickoff move over to first to try to get Shively. Winds up down the first base line. Shively advances to second. There goes your double play opportunity. Shively in scoring position, and a 2-0 count to Takini. Now a great opportunity for the Henley catcher. Here's the pitch. That one is called a ball. Let's see, look, here's why I laugh. It's because it goes both ways. That pitch was called a strike to Shively, called a ball here to Jacoby. It's just little all over the place, but I'm sure Takini would love that ball call. Takes a pitch an inch off the inside part of the plate, though, this time called a strike. The count 3-1. Just got to protect up there. Feels like it doesn't really matter what count you're in. A 3-1, Takini can be a little selective up there. Here's the pitch. Swings and misses on a good fastball that time from Kunert, and the count is full. Max Price is on deck for the Hornets as they try to add to their 3-0 lead in the top of the 7th inning. And here's the pitch from Kunert. That one is rolled right back up the middle. Kunert comes up with it. He'll throw on to first for the out, but Shively advances to third in the meantime. So now here's Max Price. 1 for 1 today for Max Price. He's reached base all 3 times, though. Aside from his single in the 4th inning, he walked in the 5th and 1st innings. Wide batting stance for Price. First pitch to him is a strike. Oh, man. The groans from the Henley dugout just speak for its own. That pitch was near the neckline of Max Price. Here's the 0-1. That one is going to get away from the catcher. Breaking for the plate and scoring is Connor Shively. Henley leads 4-0. Base is empty, though. Still 1 out. Believe that'd be a pass ball. Regardless, leads to a run as Shively comes and touches home. Henley with a 4-0 advantage. Price now with the base is empty. 1-1. And now 2-1 after he takes a pitch inside. Henley up 4-0, top of the 7th inning. The 2-1. And the pitch. Hit in the air, foul. Count now 2-2. Mustangs fans who are wondering who's due up in the bottom half of this inning, it's Hunter Gillette, Lawson O'Leary, and Landon Nash. 2-2 to Price. Timeout called by Price. As Kunert taking his time getting ready to throw. But now he's back on the rubber. Price back in the box. The pitch hit in the air in the infield. Playable for the second baseman. Zauer calls everybody off to make the catch for the second out. And now it's Bo Pyle. 2 outs, top of the 7th. Base is empty. His team up 4-0. Trying to maybe get a little 2-out rally started for his team and add some more. The pitch to Pyle over the middle of the plate, called a strike. Pyle choked up on his bat a little bit. I think that might be part of his approach change from these last couple of games. I know he's been working in the cage these last couple of days, Thursday and Friday, to get ready for this game. Swings through a breaking pitch there, though, the count 0-2. Now he's definitely going to have to get defensive up there. 0-2 for Pyle. Had an RBI single his last time up, though. Here's the pitch. That one slipped out of, I think it slipped out of Kunert's hands. It was about 3 feet too high. It's ball 1. Left-handed throwing Kunert comes set and delivers the pitch. That one taken low in the dirt. The count is now 2-2. Aside from the RBI single for Pyle, he has walked and flown out so far. Pitch on the way to Pyle. That one is going to miss inside, 3-2. And Kunert thought that was strike 3 out there on the mound. But he'll have to refocus as now the count is full. The delivery is flared foul. And so we'll do it again. Count is full. 3-2, 2 outs, top of the 7th. Derek Cox waits on deck for Henley should this inning continue. Pitcher out there, Kunert, ready to deliver the full count pitch once more. Here it is. That one, I know, almost hit Pyle regardless, ball 4. And Derek Cox gets a chance to bat with 2 outs in the 7th. Derek so far today 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts, but a sacrifice bunt scored a run in the 5th inning. Here, those swinging away with 2 outs. Move over to first. Diving back safely is Bo Pyle. So Cox settles back in. Schooner comes set, and the pitch. Cox swings and misses at the first offering, the count 0-1. After Derek in the order, if the inning continues, it is Corbin Hamilton. Delivery on the way. That one misses high and tight into Derek, and the count now 1-1. Cox gets the sign from Coach Teeters. Pyle's got a little speed out there at first, more hustle than I think speed. But here's the pitch. That one misses high and in as well to count 2-1. Pyle, a good base runner, though. Doesn't bite off more than he can chew out there. Again, maybe not the fastest, but he's smart, and that's what you ask for in situations like these in late innings. 2-1. The pitch. Swung on and missed, and the count even now 2-2. Already 1 run home this inning for Henley. It was Connor Shively who got aboard on a walk, and the Hornets manufactured him in. He scored on a pass ball. 2-2 to Derek Cox. Here's the pitch from Kunert. That is swung on and missed. Down on strikes for the 3rd time today is Derek Cox. That will end the 7th inning. But like I said, the Hornets score 1. No base hits required. They'll go to the bottom half of the 7th up 4. 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Bottom of the 7th inning, and we are off and running as the Hornets lead Hidden Valley 4-0. First pitch to Hunter Gillette is in the dirt. Count 1-0 for Hidden Valley this inning. It is Gillette, O'Leary, and Nash due up. Here's the pitch. That one is taken for a strike. Count even at a ball and a strike to Hunter Gillette. He is 0 for 2 today with a couple of strikeouts. Corbin looking to finish this game strong, although he misses that one. 2-1. The count now to Gillette. Here's a pitch. That one misses outside. 3-1. Pitch from Hamilton. Fouled off, and the count is full. 3-2 to Hunter Gillette, the Hidden Valley third baseman. Very first play of the game. Mark Carpenter sent a screamer down to third base, and Gillette dove to catch it. Hasn't had the same luck at the plate, though. Here he is in a full count. The 3-2 is hit in the air, playable behind first in foul territory. Ian Meyer, just runs out of space out there. Just was out of play. And so we'll get another look at Hunter Gillette in a full count. Looked playable from my angle, but the fence, the foul territory here at Hidden Valley, well, there's just frankly not much of it. You could certainly quantify this ballpark as a hitter's ballpark. The outfield fence isn't very deep, although I'm not entirely sure of the exact dimensions. But with the lack of foul territory here, stuff gets out of play quickly. Not a lot of catches made in foul territory. 3-2 still to count to Gillette. He'll call time. Settles back in now as Hamilton ready to deliver from the windup. And the pitch. That one also fouled off. That one making its way back towards the high school, which is be off to the right side of your screen if you're watching on mybasin.com. Over center field is the football complex. Over right field a little ways is the softball complex. But we'll do it again here, 3-2. It's Hunter Gillette. Awaits the pitch from Hamilton. That one is grounded out towards second. Cox up with it. Throw on to Meyer in time. That'll be the out. Now it's Lawson O'Leary stepping in now for Hidden Valley. Lawson 0 for 2 today. Couple of flyouts in the second and fifth innings. Looking to get the rally started for his team here. Keeps his hands low. Trying to get to the ball quickly against Corbin Hamilton. The pitch is looked out for a ball on the outside. I was made aware before today's broadcast started that we've got a couple members of Lawson's family tuning in today from Arizona. So welcome to what we've got going on here at mybasin.com. Appreciate everybody who tunes in from around the state of Oregon and the West Coast and the country and the world. I mean, we've had people tune in from all over. So very cool to always hear when we've got folks tuning in from out of state. So welcome to Lawson's family from the state of Arizona. The 2-0 was taken for a strike. The count 2-1 to Lawson O'Leary here. It's Hamilton ready to go at the pitch. That one is taken for a ball, and the count 3-1 now. A little bit off the inside to Lawson O'Leary. Pitch from Hamilton. That one is offered up at and missed, and now the count is full to O'Leary with Landon Nash waiting on deck. Here's a pitch. That one misses wide, and so O'Leary on base with one out. Reaches via the walk. And now here's Landon Nash. Coach Craig Connor coming out of the dugout, going to have a conversation with Corbin Hamilton, and we'll see where Corbin is in terms of pitch count. Try to bring that up for you real quick, as that could play a role in Coach Connor's decision to either leave Corbin in or take him out of the game right here. Pulling up my book here, just 1 second to pull up this pitch count. Corbin right now is at 105 pitches. And so they're going to leave him in there to probably face just this batter in hopes of maybe inducing a double play to end the game. O'Leary at first. Nash to bat, one out, bottom of the seventh. Henley leads 4-0. The Hornets are going to be looking for a double play to end the game. Left-handed batter, though, could be some speed coming out of that box for Nash. First pitch, a curveball, strike one. Could also theoretically try to get Nash some early pitches and get one more batter after this if you need to for Corbin. This one, grounded out towards second, could be two. Cox to Shively for one. The back end is beat out by Nash. And so that will bring up Caden Coonert now with two away. Cooner trying to keep the game alive for his team. Runner aboard at first, 2 outs. His team's down 4-0 to Henley. Cooner today is 1 for 3. He's flown out, reached on an error, but he did single back in the 5th inning. Here he takes a pitch high, the count 1-0. Set is Hamilton. And that one is a ball. That might have been too perfect of a pitch. He called it a ball, 2-0. Pitch from Hamilton, and there's a strike, same location, but strike 1. That was pitch number 110 for Corbin Hamilton, so this will be his last batter, regardless of the outcome. It's a 2-1 count to Cooner. The pitch. That one misses down and away. Now a 3-1 count to the center fielder turned pitcher for Hidden Valley. That one misses upstairs, and that will likely spell the end for Corbin Hamilton. Let's see. And here comes Coach Connor, and that is the end for Corbin. Be 2 runners on for Wiley Mendez and a new Henley pitcher when we come back here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside, it's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Bottom of the 7th inning with 2 outs and a new pitcher for the Henley Hornets as Max Price comes in relief of Corbin Hamilton. And the changes, it looks like Chase Barrett has entered the game. He will come in and play left field. The former left fielder Ryan Douglas moves over to center, and the center fielder Max Price comes in to pitch for Corbin. And it looks like Corbin is not going to re-enter the game at first base or anything like that. I still see Ian Meyer standing out there. And so Ian is going to finish the game at first defensively. As Corbin's day, at least for now, is done. Looking to get the final out is Max Price. He'll have to go through Wiley Mendez to get there. It's the Mustangs' best player in terms of offensive statistics. It's hard to make an absolute judgment on baseball players, whether who's the best or who's this or that. But if you look at the straight numbers, Wiley Mendez leads the team in batting average. Don't have an updated statistic on this, so I apologize on that. But coming into this series, back on Wednesday, Mendez had a batting average of .423, which is remarkable. Trying to continue the game for his team here. So far today, though, he's 0 for 3. He has struck out, grounded out, and flown out in each of his at-bats. 2 runners on. First pitch from Price. It's a ball. Must have been low. Looked around Mendez's knees. Over the plate. Price is going to have to find the zone. It's been hard for anyone to find today, quite frankly, and now it's up to Max Price. The pitch. That one is in the zone. 1-1. Big lead off of second for Nash. And the pitch. That one is in the dirt. The count is 2-1. Nash at second, Coonard at first. Mendez in a 2-1 count at the plate with 2 outs, his team trailing by 4, bottom of the 7th. Price shakes off Takini on the first offering, now decides to come set. Here's the pitch. That one is in there. Strike 2. Count is even. And just like that, the Mustangs are down to their final strike, the opener of our doubleheader today. Here's the pitch. That one is in the dirt, and the count runs full. Runners are going to be on the move here with 2 outs. There's going to be lots of movement in that infield. Elijah Zauer's on deck, and the payoff pitch coming up for Max Price as he comes set. Takini sets up the target. The pitch, bouncing ball towards third, but it's foul, and so we'll do it again in a full count. Settling back in after the foul ball is Mendez. Price is set with the full count offering once more. Here it comes. That is ball 4 in the dirt. The bases are loaded for Elijah Zauer. Zauer represents the tying run. He is without an at-bat today. He has walked all 3 times. In the first inning, he was left stranded at second, as well as the third inning. In the 6th, he was left stranded at third. Here's the pitch. Line drive to Carpenter. It is snagged at third, and that is the ball game. Flash the leather to end the ball game for Mark Carpenter, and the Hornets hold on to a 4-0 victory in Game 1. We'll be back to recap it for you in just a bit. This is Henley Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Final score today from Hidden Valley High School in Game 1 of a doubleheader. The Hornets are victorious with a 4-0 victory. 4 runs on 5 hits, 1 error for Henley, and they left 8 runners on base today. For Hidden Valley, no runs, 2 hits. They committed no errors, and they left 9 runners on base today. The winning pitcher is Corbin Hamilton, going 6 2/3 innings, allowing 2 hits, no runs, 6 walks, and 7 strikeouts. The losing pitcher today would be Mauricio Mendez, pitching 2 innings, giving up 3 hits, 2 runs. Each of them earned. He walked 3 and struck out 1. Our Pacific Power play of the day today. As I look over my score sheet, Henley scored 2 runs in the 5th inning, so I'm looking there, and I'm going to go ahead and give it to Derek Cox. He didn't get a base hit, but a sacrifice bunt moves guys over, and he got an RBI, and sometimes the play of the day is the dirty work, and that's a sacrifice bunt today for Derek Cox, my Pacific Power play of the day. A couple other notables for Henley. Jacoby Takini finished 2 for 4 today. Max Price got a base hit. Corbin Hamilton got a base hit. Carson Sims with a base hit as well. For Hidden Valley, their 2 guys with base hits today were Caden Kunert and Jack Matthew. Only a 2-hit performance today for the Mustangs. But as we go on to game number 2, I'll remind you, if you're watching here on mybasin.com, all you have to do is stay put on this very same link. We'll be back in about 20 or so minutes to get you ready for game 2. So don't go anywhere if you're watching live on mybasin.com. We'll be back with you shortly. For those of you listening today on 104.3 and 960 Sports, we're going to return you back to Fox Sports Radio programming for, again, about 20 minutes before we come back getting ready for game 2. So stick around, grab something to eat, have a nice bite to eat for lunch, enjoy your Saturday afternoon, and we'll be back in just a minute with more Henley baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. And a very pleasant good afternoon, and welcome back to Henley Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Getting ready for Game 2 today between the Mustangs and the Hornets. My name is Josh Eldridge, coming to you live from the Evergreen Federal Bank Sports Complex on the campus of Hidden Valley High School for today's Skyline Conference matchup. The first game of 2 today went the way of the Hornets with a 4-0 victory. The Mustangs will look to get back to winning ways as we'll introduce you to the Kyle's Lawn Care starting lineups next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
At MyBasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
MyBasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
We'll go ahead and give you those Kyle's Lawn Care starting lineups, and we'll begin with the visitors today, and that's the Henley Hornets. Leading off at third base for them is Mark Carpenter, followed by Connor Shively, batting second at shortstop. Jacoby Takini, the catcher, bats third. Max Price in center field bats cleanup, followed by the pitcher, Bo Pyle, hitting fifth. Derek Cox bats sixth at second base. Corbin Hamilton hitting seventh at first base. Carson Sims batting eighth in right field. And Ryan Douglas bats ninth in left field for Henley. They'll go up against Elijah Zauer on the mound for Hidden Valley. And the Mustangs batting order goes like this. Leading off in center field is Caden Cooner. The shortstop, Wiley Mendez, bats second. Pitcher Elijah Zauer hits third, followed by Jack Matthew, the left fielder. He bats fourth. Mauricio Mendez, the first baseman, batting fifth. Logan Law, the catcher, hits sixth. Hunter Gillette, the third baseman, batting seventh. Hitting eighth is Lawson O'Leary in right, and Jerome Chambers at second base bats ninth. So here we go, just about ready to get things started today for game number 2 from Hidden Valley High School. My name is Josh Eldridge. Thank you again for spending your Saturday afternoon with me. First pitch from Zauer on the way. It is taken upstairs for a ball, 1-0. First pitch, 2:46 p.m. 73 degrees here in the Rogue Valley today. Murphy, Oregon, just south of Grants Pass. Count a ball and a strike now to Mark Carpenter. Here's a pitch. That one is going to miss. The count now 2 balls and a strike to Mark Carpenter. Flash you back to the first game from today. Carpenter was actually hitless, was 0 for 3. He did walk and reach base, but was actually held hitless in the opener today. The 2-1 is fouled back, and the count is now 2-2. Again, Connor Shively on deck. Jacoby Takini after him. The right-hander Elijah Zauer is committed to play football at Shasta Community College. Here's the pitch to him. Line drive into center field. That'll get down, a base knock for Mark Carpenter. And that will bring up Connor Shively. How to get the game started the right way if you're a Hornets fan. And Connor Shively bats now with a runner on first, nobody out. Shively in the opener today was 0 for 2. He grounded out and flew out, but he did walk twice, came around to score in the 6th inning. Hit his first home run of the season when these two teams played back on Wednesday. Here he takes a pitch, called a strike, 0-1 to Shively. Zauer comes set with the 0-1 to Shively. Hits that one in the air, opposite way to left field. Left fielder Matthew hardly has to move to put that one away for the first out. Going around the diamond defensively for the Mustangs. Logan Law, the other half of the battery for Hidden Valley behind the dish. Hunter Gillette at third. Wiley Mendez plays short. Jerome Chambers at second by Mauricio Mendez at first. Jack Matthew in left. Caden Coonard in center, and Lawson O'Leary in right field. Jacoby Tacchini batting now for the Hornets. Here's the first pitch to him, a breaking pitch missed in, maybe a bit too tall as well. The count 1-0 to Tacchini. Earlier today, Jacoby was 2 for 4. He had a couple of singles. Also, Porter Frost, who usually courtesy runs for him, was able to come around and score. So that started because Tacchini's able to get a single. The pitch is, I believe, going to miss. The catcher Law trying to backdoor Carpenter at first, but he's back safely, and that pitch actually called a strike. It is even in the count, 1-1 to Jacoby Tacchini. Zauer, move over to first, and looks like they got Carpenter caught in a rundown out there. Tag applied by Wiley Mendez, and Mark Carpenter got caught leaning at first base, and he will be the second out in the first inning. Base is empty, and still a 1-1 count to Jacoby Tacchini. The delivery from Zauer, a curveball flared out towards right. That one is going to get down in fair territory. Hit it where they ain't, Jacoby Tacchini. You don't have to hit it particularly hard. But finding some green out there for a 2-out single in the first inning. Here's Max Price. And, of course, Porter Frost, as I stated before, coming out and running for Tacchini. You know, during between games, is just, kind of pacing the perimeter down here at the baseball field at Hidden Valley. Saw Tacchini and Porter Frost emerge together from the dugout. Seems as though Porter Frost runs for Tacchini. They seem inseparable otherwise, too. At least that was my impression. Going to grab some Jimmy John sandwiches provided by one of the Henley parents. Very nice. It's a 1-0 count to Max Price. Stepping in now with Porter Frost aboard at first. Price in the game earlier today was 1 for 2. He singled in the 4th. Otherwise, he flew out in the 7th. He did walk 2 other times, though, so has done a good job at getting on base really this whole series. I mean, you look at the other games he's had, too. Go back to Wednesday. Price reached base all but once. Here he rolls one out towards second. Chambers up with it. Throw on to first will be in time, and he goes down in a 4-3 putout here. So Hornets scoreless in the first. They get a couple base hits, but they leave one stranded. We'll go to the bottom half of the first. Again, still scoreless, 104.3, 960 Sports. And you've got it right here on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Bottom of the first inning and scoreless between the Hornets and the Mustangs. Game 2 of a doubleheader today. Game 4 of the season series and final game during the regular season between these two teams. Again, as we get ready for the bottom of the first, we are still scoreless. It'll be Caden Kunert, Wiley Mendez, and Elijah Zauer to lead things off against Bo Pyle, who has got his sixth start of the season today. A record of 4-0 entering the contest, 26 and a third innings pitched for Bo entering play, and an ERA of 1.86. Pretty remarkable there for Bo Pyle. One thing you'll notice about Bo as well, he likes to work fast on the mound. He doesn't waste a motion out there. He's going to catch the ball from the catcher and get right back and ready to throw. He's one of those guys who controls the pace in his own way, and for Pyle, the pace is go, go, go. Caden Kunert steps in against Bo Pyle. He's ready to offer up his first pitch of the ball game, and it's taken wide. Count is 1-0. Caden Kunert ahead in the count. Taking a look at the game earlier today, Kunert was 1 for 3. He singled in the 5th. He walked in the 7th, reached on an error in the 3rd, and flew out in the 1st inning. Fouls back the 1-0 pitch. Now the count is even, and Pyle ready to throw. Looked like a curveball that didn't curve enough. The count 2-1 now. Jacoby Takini, of course, the other half of the Hornets battery. We'll introduce you to the defensive 9 here in just a minute as a strike is called to Kunert there. The count 2-2. Couple of outside pitches, so much to show that Kunert thought a pitch over the plate was going to hit him. And so he turned out of the way, but it called a strike on him. Here's the 2-2. That one did come in and hit him. And so Kunert is awarded first after being plunked. He's on with nobody out. Going around the diamond for Henley, Mark Carpenter plays third. Connor Shively at short. Derek Cox at second. Corbin Hamilton at first. Ryan Douglas in left. Max Price in center. And Carson Sims in right. And now it's Wiley Mendez to bat for the Mustangs with a runner on and nobody out. Mendez was 0 for 3 earlier today. He did walk in the 7th inning. Here he shows bunt and commits to it. The count is now 0-1 after he came up empty. Elijah Zauer waits on deck for Hidden Valley. Bo Pyle set and then makes a move over to first. Back safely is Caden Kunert. I believe we did see him, my memory serves me, steal a base in the opener today. That one is called a ball, misses upstairs. The count even, 1-1. As I was saying, this is the second game today, 4th of the season series, final game of the season series as well. Kunert on the move on a pitch in the turf, and the throw down is not going to be in time. Kunert swipes second and is in scoring position in a 2-1 count at the plate to Wiley Mendez. Flash you back to earlier in the series. It's been all Henley so far, including the 4-0 win earlier today. They defeated Hidden Valley 7-2 back on Wednesday and 5-2 back on April 11th. The Hornets' only loss, their last 13 times out, was a 5-4 loss against Junction City, the 4th best team in the state, according to the OSAA Power Rankings. Here, Mendez lifts one in the air to right field. Sims will make the catch, but tagging to go to third is Caden Kunert, and so he'll reach, and there is just one out in the inning. Runner at third, and here's Elijah Zauer. Zauer, the pitcher, looking to help out his own cause here in the first inning. Take you back to the game earlier today. Zauer walked 3 times. And he grounded out in his final at-bat to end the ball game. Actually, it was a line drive. Couldn't read my own handwriting. Yeah, it was a line drive. He hit with the bases loaded. Represented the tying run in that game. And wasn't able to come through. Here he gets ahead in the count 1-0. Now the pitch is in the dirt, 2-0. Runner at third is Caden Coonerty. He reached after being hit by a pitch in the first at-bat of the first inning. Pyle, set, 2-0. That one will miss as well, 3-0. After Zauer in the order, it is Jack Matthew. And Pyle ready to deliver. Here's the pitch. Check swing, but that one's in the zone. A breaking ball is a good location there for Bo. Trying to battle back into this at-bat, down 3-1 in the count against Elijah Zauer. Here's the pitch. That one's hit into center field. That's going to get down. Score a run. Zauer a big turnaround first. He'll stay put. Coonert scores, and the Mustangs strike first in this one. Up 1-0 in the bottom of the first inning. So now Jack Matthew, an opportunity to hit for Hidden Valley. Matthew in the opener today was 1 for 3. He singled in the first inning and then struck out twice during the rest of the game. But the Mustangs got something of a rally brewing here in the opening inning, claiming an early 1-0 lead. The pitch from Pyle is taken for a strike on the outer third, the count 0-1. Again, the runner at first is, well, let's see, I believe Zauer got courtesy ran for, I believe that's Gunnar Johnson out there on the base pads. Here's the pitch. That one misses wide. Count even now, a ball and a strike to Matthew. After Matthew in the Hidden Valley order, it is Mauricio Mendez. Pyle set with the pitch. Runner on the move. Called a strike. The throw down is in time, and they got him. Delayed call by the umpire, but that throw beat Johnson by about 2 or 3 paces, and there are now 2 outs in the first inning and a 2-1 count. No, it should be a 1-2 count. There we go, to Jack Matthew. And the pitch. Breaking ball didn't break enough, missed high, the count even. One run already home in the inning, but now 2 outs and the base is empty. That pitch, well, it missed somewhere. The count runs full. Pyle now back out of the windup with the bases empty. Full count pitch. That one is going to be ball 4. Free pass issued to Jack Matthew there. Brings up Mauricio Mendez. 2 outs. Mauricio Mendez is 0 for 3 in the first game today. He grounded out, struck out, and grounded out in his 3 at-bats during that game. First pitch here, hit in the air, right field. Carson Sims backpedaling towards the wall, but will make the catch to end the inning. But the Mustangs strike first. 1 run and 1 base hit in the inning. An RBI single from Elijah Zauer. Mustangs leave 1 stranded, but again lead going to the second. 1-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Top of the second inning of Henley baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Live free video today on mybasin.com. Hidden Valley claimed to lead in the first inning, up 1-0. Here in the top of the second, it'll be Bo Pyle, Derek Cox, and Corbin Hamilton to bat for the men in navy blue today. Gray pants for the Hornets. The Mustangs in their all-white home uniforms. Got to say, they look pretty clean, and with the artificial turf infield, you don't really run the risk of getting the dirt and the mud on them and stuff, and so it looks pretty clean, got to say. First pitch, a breaking ball from Zauer, called a strike against Bo Pyle, his counterpart for the Hornets. Here's the second pitch of the at-bat. Pyle pops it up, could be playable behind home plate. The catcher, Law, is able to make the catch for the first out of the inning. Derek Cox batting now for the Hornets, and you flash you back to Game 1 earlier today. Derek was 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts, but his most important at-bat was actually my Pacific Power play of the day, where he had a sacrifice bunt and an RBI. And look, sometimes the dirty work is what gets you highlighted, and if you can lay down a good sacrifice bunt and knock in a run like Derek did in the first game today, I'll go ahead and highlight that as my Pacific Power play of the day from Game 1. Now, still an opportunity for him to make an impact here in Game 2. Right now, even in the count, a ball and a strike, 1 out, nobody on. Got a piece of this one, fought it off foul. The count now a ball and 2 strikes to the young Henley second baseman. Kind of talked about Derek throughout the year as he came up as an injury replacement for guys like, Max Price and Carson Sims. Here he pops one up. Center field, catch is made to center. But I want to finish my point about Derek with 2 outs in the inning. He came up as an injury replacement for, like I said, Sims and Price at one point, but has played so well up at this level that he has earned a starting spot on this team. And I got to say, certainly agree with Coach Teeters for keeping him around. He has been very impressive in his, what I believe is now his 8th or 9th game up at the varsity level. First pitch called a strike to Corbin Hamilton. Zauer fires in another pitch. This one misses in. The count even to Hamilton. Got the start and the win on the hill in Game 1 for Henley. 6 2/3 innings, 7 strikeouts. Takes a pitch there. That's a strike. Offensively, though, for Corbin in Game 1, he was 1 for 3. Here's the pitch to him. Hamilton, ground ball out towards second, fielding it on a couple hops is Chambers. He'll throw on to first, and that will be the inning. Zauer sets down the Hornets in order. We'll go to the bottom of the second. The Mustangs lead the Hornets 1-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside, it's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
About to get started with the bottom of the second inning as Hidden Valley will try to add to their 1-0 advantage over the Henley Hornets. To do it will be 6, 7, and 8 in the Hidden Valley order. That's Logan Law, Hunter Gillette, and Lawson O'Leary. First pitch swinging for Law. A pretty wicked hop to Shively at first, but a throw on to first is in time. And that will be one pitch and one out in the second inning. Now, artificial turf surface here at Hidden Valley, it's been in now for, since I was in high school here. I want to say it's the same turf from 2018. It's getting up there in age, but usually the thing about artificial turf is the clean bounces that it'll give you as an infielder. That time, though, Shively had to react to a pretty tall hop, was able to do it and make the play. As Hunter Gillette steps in, he'll foul off the first pitch that Pyle offers up to him. The count now, no balls and a strike to Gillette. Back in the opener today, Gillette was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts and a ground out. Here he hits one in the air, center field. Max Price getting underneath it, battling the sun, but puts that one away. 2 quick outs in the second inning. And so now it's Lawson O'Leary, the right fielder for the Hidden Valley Mustangs. O'Leary in the first game today was 0 for 2. Flew out twice, but he did walk and reach base in the 7th inning. Here he swings underneath the high heater from Bo Pyle, down to the count now 0-1. O'Leary, one of 2 freshmen on this Hidden Valley roster. He takes a pitch down and in, 1-1. It's himself, and then Elijah Thompson is on the Hidden Valley roster, although he doesn't have a number credited to him. But as far as guys who are getting the start today, Lawson O'Leary, a freshman, congratulations for him for carving out a role on this team. Count 2 balls and a strike to O'Leary. Pyle from the windup. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. The count now 2-2. O'Leary going to readjust the batting gloves and step back in, choke up a little bit, and 2-strike count against Pyle. Here's the pitch. It is hit in the air, and it looks out of play foul, bouncing off the roof of the new scorer's box here at Hidden Valley High School. You can't see it from our vantage point where the camera is on mybasin.com, but I mean, about 3 feet away from me to my right is this new kind of press scoring box they've built here at Hidden Valley. I'm going to have to hold that thought as Lawson O'Leary goes down looking on strikes to end the inning. The Mustangs down in order in the second. To the third we go. Hidden Valley leads Henley 1-0, 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Getting ready, top of the third inning between the Hornets and the Mustangs today. It is Carson Sims, Ryan Douglas, and Mark Carpenter try to lead things off for the Hornets. Oh, that's going to catch a car. Oh, no, just barely missed. Count 0-1 to Carson Sims, making his return to the starting lineup today. He made his return to the team back on Wednesday after being out for about a month as he takes a ball there low, 1-1. And Sims in his first game back in the starting lineup was 1 for 2 earlier today. He singled and grounded out. He mixed in a walk in there as well. Sims rolls one foul down the third base side. The count 1-2. Had his first at-bat coming back from the injury back on Wednesday, had a single, and then made a game-saving catch to end the game in the 7th inning, sliding in right field It's really a highlight play, so glad to see him back in the order. The 1-2 to Sims. Looked at for a ball on the outside. Count even now, 2-2. Like I said, Sims, Douglas, Carpenter. The Hornets try to even this game out. Down 1-0 in the third inning. Here's the pitch. Sims pops one up high, but foul behind home plate. And the count will remain 2-2. That's a big curveball that Zauer has. A good job by Sims to try to time it well, but he just got underneath it and popped it foul. Sims keeps his hands low in a 2-strike count. Here's the pitch. That one in the dirt. 3-2. He's one of the few guys that really, it really feels like he does change his batting stance when it comes, in a 2-strike count or not. Keeps his hands very low in a 2-strike count in hopes of just making contact with the ball, and he does on this one. Ground ball towards third. Gillette knocks it down, but the throw is in time. Bang, bang play at first, but Gillette makes a nice recovery at third to throw out Sims racing down the first base line. One away in the third inning, and here's Ryan Douglas. Douglas in the opener today was 0 for 2. He struck out a pair of times, although he did reach on a walk sandwiched between those strikeouts. Douglas only has one base hit in this series. It came in Game 2, the game in which Henley won 7-2. This was back on Wednesday when Douglas was 1 for 3 with a single and would come around to score. It's just been his only base hit this series, though, as the Mustang pitchers have done a good job against the speedy Douglas at the bottom of the Henley order. Although right now he's up 2-0 in the count. Zauer making quick work of Henley so far. Here's the 2-0. Curveball, that one misses upstairs, and so the Hornets have a chance to get a runner on base with one out in the inning. See where Zauer goes here in a 3-0 count. Pitch misses high, and so there you go. A one-out base runner for the Hornets as Douglas reaches on a 4-pitch walk. Back to the top of the Henley order for Mark Carpenter. Carpenter singled and was picked off in the first inning. Now with a man on base, Zauer pitching from the stretch. See if Carpenter can put some power behind one. Pretty good lead off of first by Douglas. Here's the first pitch to Carpenter, called a strike. Down around his knees, but definitely found the outer third of the plate. The count 0-1. Carpenter, of course, another remarkable season, leading the team in batting average, hits, extra base hits, and runs scored. Zauer set. The pitch. That one misses low to Carpenter. The count even now, a ball and a strike. After Carpenter, it's Connor Shively. Set is Zauer and the pitch. That one misses in to Carpenter. The count now 2-1. As I was saying a little bit earlier, this is the final game of the season series between the Mustangs and the Hornets. Henley's got one more week-long series. That's next week. They'll play Mazama on Wednesday and Saturday, and then they'll close out the Skyline Conference slate on Monday against Phoenix. And that's not this coming Monday, but the Monday after that, which would be, if you're looking at your calendars, the 19th of May. They've got a non-league game, an endowment game scheduled against Cascade Christian, the 3A school, which would be played on the 22nd of May. Count 2-2 to Carpenter after that last foul ball. Here's the pitch on its way from Zauer. Carpenter hits it up. Shallow right. Second baseman Chambers will drop the ball. And that means that Douglas is going to be caught like a fish out of water trying to get to second base. Not much you can do there when the ball hits the second baseman's glove. He couldn't squeeze it, and so there are two outs and a runner on first, although now it's Mark Carpenter instead of Ryan Douglas. And in steps Connor Shively. An E4 there. And Shively steps in. First pitch to Shively is a strike. 0-1. Bit off the plate, maybe a little bit upstairs. That's not Shively's pitch to hit. He's able to be patient a little bit. Shively has a good two-strike approach. And so he's able to be patient in an at-bat and take a couple pitches that he doesn't quite like. That was certainly one of them. Here's the 0-1, though, from Zauer. That pitch misses down and away, almost took up some turf pellets with it. The count is even. Now a ball and a strike to Shively. After Connor in the order, it is Jacoby Tacchini. And the pitch, Shively will foul that one off, and it's out of play. Count 1-2. Runner at first is Carpenter. Zauer looks in and gets the sign from Law, but before he's able to come set, it looks like Shively called time at the plate. And so now back on the rubber is Zauer. Back in the box is Shively. Ready for the 1-2. Here it is. Carpenter on the move. A curveball popped up. Out of play. Foul. Bounced off the roof of one of the Porta-Johns over here. So we'll do it again. 1-2. Big guy to get here for Zauer. You'd rather not face Jacoby Tacchini with runners on. You'd like to face him leading off the next inning. Here's the pitch. Another curveball misses high. Throw down to get Carpenter is not in time. Carpenter slid around the tag. And a nice job. That is what secured the stolen base there for Carpenter. As now he's in scoring position. The count 2 balls and 2 strikes to Shively. Still 2 outs. And Zauer trying to find his put-away pitch. Not much of a leadoff second for Carpenter. His secondary lead is good as Shively takes a pitch inside and the count is full. First base is open, like I said, but you'd rather not face Tacchini with runners on base. Of course, as a Hornets fan, I'd love to see Tacchini hit with guys on base. It's one of the more exciting things about a Henley baseball game. Full count. Ground ball to second. Chambers up with it. He'll throw on to first in time, so the Hornets unable to answer the call in the third inning. Got a runner in scoring position, but can't do anything with it. No runs, no hits, 1 runner left, and a 1-0 Hidden Valley lead as we go to the bottom of the third next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Nine, 1-2 for the Hidden Valley Mustangs in the bottom of the third inning as they lead Henley 1-0. Jerome Chambers steps in. He'll be followed by Caden Kunert and then Wiley Mendez. The pitch from Bo Piles swung on and missed. The count 0-1. Well, for baseball fans and softball fans for that matter, back in the Klamath Basin, want to invite you to tune in to our continuing coverage next week of the Oregon Tech Lady Owls softball team. The Lady Owls able to host the NAIA National Tournament opening round. It'll be at Stillwell Stadium beginning on Monday as the 1-1 is fouled back. The count now a ball and 2 strikes to Jerome Chambers. Our coverage begins at 11 a.m. on Monday as the number 4 seed in the Oregon Tech quadrant or bracket, Jamestown, takes on Arizona Christian. This ball popped up, caught behind the plate by Jacoby Tacchini, one away in the third inning. So 11 a.m. coming up on Monday, Jamestown takes on Arizona Christian. Game 2 from Stillwell Stadium will feature Southeastern from Florida taking on the number 3 seed Midland. That is scheduled for a 1:30 start. And then the nightcap will feature the Lady Owls as Caden Kunert steps in. That pitch misses down, 1-0. Taking a look at Caden Kunert, he's without an official at-bat in this game. He was hit by a pitch and came around to score the only run of the ball game so far in the first inning. This one misses wide. The count now 2-0 to Kunert. Oregon Tech, going back to the softball tournament, will play either Jamestown or Arizona Christian to cap off Monday's festivities. Kunert hits one high in the air in the infield. Second baseman Cox is called off by Shively, who comes in to make the catch for the second out. Coverage will continue with 3 games Tuesday, 2 Wednesday, and potentially 1 Thursday if necessary for the Klamath Falls bracket. Very excited for our coverage. I'll be on the call right here on this station on 104.3 and 960 Sports. First pitch called a strike, taken on the outer third by Wiley Mendez. Mendez 0 for 1 today with a fly out. This time he gets hit square in the back. He'll get first base. And this will bring up Elijah Zauer. Looking at the weather, probably less than favorable coming up on Monday for the NAIA National Tournament. One of the reasons that I love being able to broadcast the softball tournament is, one, softball is it's just so fast. It's a great sport to watch. It's a great spectator sport. I think, I've always said baseball is my first love. I love this game. But in terms of an actual watchable product and something that is constantly fun and exciting, softball, I think I might have the edge over baseball. Here's the pitch. Misses outside. Count 1-0 to Elijah Zauer. And so that's one of the reasons why I love doing the softball tournament. The other is that it's all day long. Just get to watch games all day. And for you, the listener, if you're able to find it, as Bo Pyle comes set, Elijah Zauer is going to look at a strike, count even, 1-1. For you, the listener, it's great because if you're cruising around Klamath Falls on Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday, you just turn on our station, 960 AM or 104.3 FM, and you'll just find out what's going on up there. You'll get updated on the score. You'll know what's been happening so far during the day. Pitch is high. Mendez takes off. He is smoked at second base. Jacoby Tacchini threw a dart, taking down the runner. Elijah Zauer will lead off the fourth, but for now the third is over. And a 1-0 lead for Hidden Valley. We'll be back. 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Top of the fourth inning, getting started here on 104.3 and 960 Sports. A 1-0 Hidden Valley lead for the Mustangs. 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, 1 runner left. For the Hornets, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, 2 runners left. So we get started in the top of the fourth inning. Jacoby Tacchini, 1 pitch, a ground ball to short. Mendez makes the throw on to first in time, and 1 pitch, 1 out in the fourth inning will bring up Max Price. Price is 0 for 1 in this game, grounded out back in the first inning. Elijah Zauer has been cruising along this game. Here he loops in a breaking ball for strike one. After Price, it's Bo Pyle. It was 3-4-5 this inning for Henley. Price out in front of that breaking pitch. The count now 0-2. Zauer gets the ball back quickly. He's ready to throw again. And the pitch. Another curveball, ground ball down the third base line is fair. They're waving Price around to go to second, but a nice throw in from the outfield halts him at first. One out single though for Max Price, the third hit of the day for Henley. And he's aboard with one out. Price's second hit of the day, going back to the earlier game when he singled in the fourth inning. And doing it again here in this fourth inning. First pitch to Bo Pyle. That one's also sent down the third base line, fair. They're waving Price in. He will get into third. Standing Bo Pyle wraps a one-out double. Two men in scoring position for Derek Cox. Go-ahead run in scoring position for the Hornets. As Derek Cox steps in 0 for 1 today. He flew out to center field in his first at-bat as Chase Barrett comes in to run for Bo Pyle. Cox laid down a sacrifice bunt and an RBI in the opener today. Don't be shocked if the Hornets try to do a similar thing here as the Mustangs infield anticipating that as they come in on what would be the cut of the infield grass. Again, an artificial turf surface here at Hidden Valley, but still infield in. One out, two in scoring position for Cox, and he takes the first pitch high, 1-0. Derek, in this series, going back to the first game of this series, well, actually, the first game of this series was one of the last games in which he didn't play. Back on April 11th, he hadn't yet been called up from the JV squad. You look back at the game on Wednesday, and Derek was 1 for 3 with an RBI double. I'm sure he would love to get a hold of one like that, knock in a pair, and give his team a lead here. He's up 3-0 in the count against Elijah Zauer. Here's a pitch. That one is going to miss, so he'll take a walk, too. That'll load him up. In steps Corbin Hamilton. Price at first. Pyle at second. Cox at first. And Corbin Hamilton to bat now for the Hornets. Corbin in the opener today was 1 for 3 with a single. Pitch misses down, 1-0. Last game, Henley scored their first run on a walk with the bases loaded. Sure, the Mustangs would like to avoid that outcome again here with Corbin Hamilton at the dish. That pitch is in the dirt, 2-0. After Corbin, it's Carson Sims. Sure, he'd love to bat with a few ducks on the pond as well. Elijah Zauer looking in, gathers the sign from Law. Now the pitch. Hamilton pops one up. Could be playable. Nope, out of play and right. And the count 2-1. I had made a point to mention this in the opener today, but I think this more of a hitter's ballpark than it favors the pitchers, only because there's so little foul territory. That ball probably would have been playable at Henley, but got out of play in a hurry here at Hidden Valley, and so Corbin gets a second chance at things here in a 2-1 count. Hamilton hits one in the air, right field. O'Leary under it, makes the catch. Tagging from third is Price. The throw is not in time. And a sacrifice fly and an RBI ties us up at 1 in the fourth inning. Barrett stayed at second. Cox stayed at first. Hamilton with an RBI on the sacrifice fly. Now there are 2 outs for Carson Sims. Sims grounded out back in the 3rd inning. First pitch to him. In the turf, 1-0. In the opener today, Sims was 1 for 2 with a single and a ground out. He also walked. That pitch to Sims finds the zone, strike 1. Carson also played in the first game between these two teams back on April 11th. And Carson in that game was 0 for 3. That was before his injury. Here his 2-0 pitch, the 1-1 pitch misses. The count is now 2-1. Or is it 3-0? 2-1. Here we go. Here's the pitch. That one will miss. Now the count is 3-1 to Sims. Ryan Douglas waiting on deck for Henley. They have tied us up here in the 4th inning. Pitch to Zauer is going to miss high to Sims. Barrett to 3rd. Cox to 2nd. Sims aboard at 1st. And in steps Ryan Douglas with the bases loaded. And a meeting on the mound between Coach Justin Spinner and his pitcher. And while they discuss it, I want to remind you that today's broadcast of Henley Baseball is brought to you in part by the Pacific Power Foundation, who donated nearly $70,000 in 2024 to organizations like the Doris Lions Club, the UC Davis Foundation, and the Oregon Tech Foundation. Big thanks to Pacific Power for coming on board for another season, or the first season, rather, of Henley Baseball. And Coach Spinner, again, like we said, he likes to take his time out there. But here he disperses relatively quickly for his standard. Home plate umpire didn't have to come out and talk to him. So Barrett's at 3rd, Cox is at 2nd, Sims is at 1st. And Ryan Douglas to hit. Douglas walked and was left stranded in his first at-bat of this game. Here he takes a pitch low, 1-0. Zauer has walked 2 already this inning and in danger of making it 3. Falls behind in the count, 2-0 to Douglas with Mark Carpenter on deck. For Hidden Valley, you feel like this is the guy you have to get. That pitch misses in. 3-0. And in danger of walking in the go-ahead run. The pitch. That one will miss in. And there it is. A 4-pitch walk will score a run. And just like that, Henley has a lead. And Mark Carpenter bats with the bases loaded. Carpenter 1 for 2 today, singled in the first, reached on an error in the 3rd. Here's the first pitch to him. That one misses high. The count is 1-0. Doesn't look like anything going on in the Mustang bullpen, although their relief pitcher could be out there on the defensive field. Let's see, as Elijah Zauer finally finds the zone there, 1-1. Carpenter watches the breaking pitch. Couple inches off the outside of the plate. It'll be called strike 2. Carpenter dissatisfied with that call, but now has to protect in a 2-strike count. That one misses, no doubt about it. It was also low. Count now 2-2 to Carpenter. He's got a pretty good two-strike approach, tied for fewest on the team in strikeouts. He's only got 4 this season, tied with Jacoby Tacchini, that is. The 2-2. Carpenter wraps one foul down the third base side, so we'll do it again, 2-2. After Carpenter in the order, it's Connor Shively. Cox at third, Sims at second, Douglas at first. 2 outs, top of the 4th inning, and Henley has a 2-1 lead. That one is hit out towards right field and a base hit. That's going to score 1. They're waving Sims around to score. He dives in safely. And a 2-out, 2 RBI single for Mark Carpenter, and the Hornets lead 4-1. Connor Shively bats now with 2 outs. Henley a 4-1 advantage, top of the 4th inning. Almost batting around here in the 4th. First pitch to Shively, finds the zone. A nice frame job there by Logan Law to steal a strike for his pitcher. The pitch. Rolled out towards the mound, kicks to the shortstop Mendez, and he will lose the ball on the transfer. Shively reaches on the error, and the bases are loaded again. Douglas to third, Carpenter to second, Shively reaching on the error. And now it's Jacoby Tacchini, who started this inning with a ground out. This is called a strike to Tacchini 0-1. Zauer now working back out of the windup as he fires in a ball to Tacchini, 1-1. Tacchini singled in the first, along with his ground out earlier this inning. That pitch misses high. 2-1. Zauer again from the windup. Pitch, swung on and missed. Got the fastball by Tacchini. 2-2. Douglas at third, Carpenter at second, Shively on first. Already 4 runs home for Henley this inning. Zauer trying to escape it. Pitch is low, and so we will have a payoff pitch to Jacoby Tacchini. Bases loaded, full count, 2 outs. Zauer is going to have to dig deep. Tacchini got to defend the zone. Here's the pitch. Tacchini will pop that one up. Could be playable in right, and it is. And O'Leary will put that one away to end the inning. But not before the Hornets score 4 on 3 base hits in the inning, and they leave 3 stranded, leading 4-1 to the bottom of the 4th next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Bottom of the fourth inning, after Henley claimed a lead in the top half, the score is 4-1 Hornets. Trying to answer the bell for Hidden Valley will be 3, 4, 5 in their order. It's Elijah Zauer, Jack Matthew, and Mauricio Mendez. It's the same three that got the rally started for the Hornets in the top half of the inning, so it's going to be up to Bo Pyle to try to get his bats, which are hot, back up. Try to make a quick inning out of the Mustangs here. Zauer's a tough guy to start with, though. He's 1 for 1 today with an RBI in this game. Pyle's ready to go. Here's the first pitch. Line drive over the head of Shively and into center field. One pitch and a single for Elijah Zauer. He's now 2 for 2 today. Has each of the Mustangs hits in this game, and that'll bring up Jack Matthew. We're going to have a runner come in for Zauer. That's Gunnar Johnson. Jack Matthew batting now. He's without an at-bat in this game. He walked in the first inning. Pyle bounces one to Tacchini, kicks down the first base line, and that will allow the runner to get into scoring position. We talked a little bit about the future coming up for Hidden Valley. After this series concludes, they've got one more week-long series that begins on Wednesday. They take on the Phoenix Pirates. Here's the pitch from Pyle. That one finds the zone. Count 1-1. After their series concludes against Phoenix next week, by the way, already played Phoenix once this year, beat the Pirates 4-1. They will wrap up the Skyline Conference season against Klamath Union on Monday the 19th. Breaking ball, swung through and missed. Count 1-2 to Jack Matthew. Pyle set, runner at second with a pretty considerable lead is Johnson. That pitch missed in the dirt. Tacchini doing a nice job of keeping it in front of him. 2-2. Pyle looking in, gathering the sign from Tacchini. Set and delivers. And that is strike 3. Look it. First punch out of the day for Pyle. Well, first punch out looking, I should say. And that's the first down in the fourth inning. Mauricio Mendez bats now with one out and the runner on second. His team down 3. Here's the pitch from Pyle. In the dirt, gets away from Tacchini for a moment, but doesn't get by him. Does a great job of not letting anything get behind him. He'll knock it down and maybe it'll kick a couple feet in front of him. But, boy, is he just a solid backstop for these Hornets. Pyle set with the 1-0 to Mendez. Here it is. Rolling ball down the third base line is fielded in foul territory, and the count now even at 1. Logan Law is on deck for Hidden Valley. Mauricio Mendez, again, also a basketball player for Hidden Valley. Great guy to have at first base because of the height. You can throw it just about anywhere. The long wingspan, the long stride, and just the height allows him to bring in most balls thrown his way as he takes the 1-1 down. Count now 2 balls and a strike to Mauricio Mendez. 2-1, misses in, 3-1. I was listening to him in the dugout before the game today, Mauricio Mendez, that is the guy who's hitting. And he was telling one of his teammates that the other day he found a mama possum at his house, just near the deck. Here's the pitch. Rolling down the third base line. Carpenter fields it in fair territory, throws a dart across the infield in time for the second out. So now Logan Law bats with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. Pyle will try to send us to the 5th with the Hornets' 3-run lead intact. He's got to get through Law first. Law is 0 for 1 today. Pitch from Pyle. Strike one. Nice curveball there from the right-hander from Henley. Like I said, coming into today an ERA of 1.8. It's a check swing. 1-1. Johnson lead off as second. Good secondary lead for him. Is this a weak fly ball to center field? Coming in is the center fielder Price. He'll put that one away for the 3rd out. No runs, but a base hit for the Mustangs. They leave him stranded. And we will go to the 5th as Henley leads 4-1 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Top of the 5th inning here from the Evergreen Federal Bank Sports Complex on the campus of Hidden Valley High School for today's Skyline Conference game between the Mustangs and your Henley Hornets. As it's a 4-1 ball game. Top of the 5th inning, and for Henley due up this half, it'll be Max Price, Bo Pyle, and Derek Cox. May have heard me say multiple times today, the Evergreen Federal Bank Sports Complex, and that's a local bank here in Grants Pass, and well, they have done so much to lift up these Hidden Valley athletic programs with, I'm not sure if you can quite see it very well on the broadcast on mybasin.com, but over the left center field fence, the giant scoreboard they've got out there, that's only a few years old thanks to Evergreen Federal Bank. And first pitch called a ball to Max Price, 1-0. They also, I believe, had a part in raising the money and laying down the turf that you see on this infield. Same for the infield turf at the softball complex and their brand new scoreboard as well. Same goes for the artificial turf at their football field and the new scoreboard that they had over there a few years ago. And we haven't even moved indoors, where they got an entirely new scoreboard in the gym and an entirely new floor in the gym, and a new video scorer's table, and all of these things that, well, Max Price pops one up. Behind second base, Chambers makes the catch. There's so much here that when I was in school here at Hidden Valley, we had people come up to us and tell us we might as well be called Evergreen Federal Bank High School because just of how much they have supported the school over the years. I mean, just about everything that has built up Hidden Valley Athletics has been donated by that bunch. His first pitch to Bo Pyle misses out, 1-0. Got another one on the way. Pyle hits one in the air, out of play behind first. The count now 1-1. Of course, we have some wonderful sponsors back at Henley High School as well. But a lot more of a group effort back in the Klamath Basin. I think you'd ask anybody, there's not any one company or person that has done as much as the folks from Evergreen Federal Bank have done for Hidden Valley. The count still ball on a strike to Bo Pyle. One in the dirt, 2-1. After Bo in the order, it's Derek Cox. 2-2, pardon me, the count to Bo. And the pitch. Ground ball out towards short. Mendez backhands it. Throw on to first is in time, and a 6-3 putout for the second out in the fifth. Derek Cox getting ready to bat now for Henley. 0 for 1 in this ball game. A fly out in the second inning. He did walk and come around to score, though, in the fourth. Here's the pitch. Misses high, the count 1-0. That pitch will find the zone, even 1-1. A fastball inner third, about thigh high to Derek, and the count is even. 2 outs. Top of the fifth inning, Henley leads Hidden Valley 4-1. This pitch misses in, the count 2-1. That one misses downstairs as well, 2-2. As I look around here at Hidden Valley High School, got a couple tents pitched up to try to get some shade. Is the 3-1 on its way. Pitch misses, and a walk issued to Derek Cox. Let's see one of the classic sights of a high school baseball game, or any baseball game for that matter, and that's what I'm going to imagine, a father and a son having a game of catch over here behind first base. That's always just a really nice sight to see. It's Corbin Hamilton gets ready to bat with 2 outs and a runner on first. Hamilton hits one in the air, foul, count 0-1. I think anyone who truly loves baseball, that's where it began, right? It's having a catch with Dad. That's always just the core memory moment, you know? Just good to see at the ball field. The 0-1. Hamilton will pound that one foul as well. The count 0-2. Hamilton is 0 for 1 today, grounded out. He also had a sacrifice fly and an RBI in his last at-bat in the fourth inning. Behind the count here, 0-2, and he is down looking on strikes. And that will end the inning. No runs, no hits. 1 runner left for Henley, but they have the lead, 4-1. The bottom half of the fifth we go next. 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside. It's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Getting set for the bottom half of the fifth inning from Hidden Valley High School between the Hornets and the Mustangs. 4-1 lead for Henley, and it's the bottom third of the Hidden Valley order due up. Hunter Gillette, Lawson O'Leary, and Jerome Chambers. Bo Pyle still on the bump for Henley, cruising right along. Here's the pitch. Called a strike on the outer third, 0-1. Hidden Valley scored their lone run in the first inning. RBI single from Elijah Zauer has been all the offense today, is a swinging strike, too, to Hunter Gillette, who flew out in the second inning in his only other at-bat of this game. Pyle ready to go from the windup. Steps, kicks, fires, and strike 3 rung up Hunter Gillette looking for the first out in the fifth inning. And now Lawson O'Leary to bat now for the Mustangs. O'Leary is 0 for 1 with a strikeout in this game. take a ball here, 1-0. Like I said, only a freshman, so the fact that he's up here playing at this level is impressive. I believe he's still looking for his first hit in the series, though. He was 0 for 3 in the first time these two teams met back on April 11th. Did not play back on Wednesday, and then earlier today was 0 for 2. Now down in the count 1-2 against Bo Pyle. Here's the first pitch, or the 1-2 pitch, rather, and that one is going to miss down and in, 2-2. After O'Leary, it's Jerome Chambers. Pitch hit foul. Count will remain 2-2. Pyle ready to deliver. And this one is flared out towards second. Cox leaving his feet to try to bring it in, but unable to get up that high. And a single hit the other way for Lawson O'Leary. So there it is. His first base hit of this series comes with one out, the bottom of the fifth inning. His team down 4-1. They need all the help they can get as Jerome Chambers gets ready to step in. Only a couple lead step off first for O'Leary, but Pyle going to go ahead and check on him anyway. Throw over, and O'Leary's back safe. Chambers 0 for 1 today. He popped out to the catcher back in the third inning. Here he hits one in the air, shallow center. Racing in is the center fielder. Price makes the catch on the run for the second out. And so now it's Caden Kunert to bat now for the Mustangs. Kunert is 0 for 1 today. He was hit by a pitch and scored in the first. Otherwise, he flew out in the third. Left-handed bat for the Mustangs, trying to get on base here and continue this fifth inning. Already a runner on first, that's O'Leary. This pitch is in the dirt. O'Leary takes off for second. The throw down is not going to be in time. Heads up base running there for the freshman from Hidden Valley. Gets him into scoring position with 2 outs. Wiley Mendez is on deck for Hidden Valley. Here's a pitch. That one over the heart of the plate for a strike. The count even now at 1. Kunert had a single in the opener today. Here he rolls one towards first. Hamilton on a hop, gives it to Pyle, and that will be the third out in the fifth inning. One base hit, but no runs come across for the Mustangs as we go to the top of the sixth in a 4-1 ball game. So we continue your coverage of Henley baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool.
On the field.
Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends.
Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Josh Eldridge back with you here on 104.3 and 960 Sports. We've got a new pitcher on the mound for Hidden Valley. And got to get some defensive changes here as well. Give me just a quick moment here. Let's see, that's still, well, we're missing the left fielder here. I'll try to find that out in a moment. But Caden Kunert on the mound for Hidden Valley now, coming in relief of Elijah Zauer Henley leads 4-1. So far for the Hornets, 4 runs, 4 hits, no errors, and they've left 6 runners on. For the Mustangs, 1 run, 3 hits, 2 errors. They've left 3 on. Leadoff hitter this inning is Carson Sims, and the first pitch to him is going to be taken for a ball. The second pitch, I believe, met the same fate. 2-0, the count to Carson Sims. Elijah Zauer, who was pitching, by the way, has moved over to second base. And the pitch. That one misses wide. The count 3-0 to Sims. Want to say Landon Nash is out there in left, entering the game, but unsure exactly. It's Gunnar Johnson. Here you go, fly ball. Foul territory, nearly caught, so appreciate that. Gunnar Johnson is in left. So now the count 3-1 to Carson Sims. Sims grounded out in the third, walked and scored in the fourth. And here's the pitch. Misses wide. And I thought that would have been ball 4. I guess now the count is 3-1 to Sims. Apologies there. Oh, 3-2. Officially from the home plate umpire. Here's the full count pitch. Sims will take ball 4. Walking for the second time this game. And bringing up Ryan Douglas. Douglas has walked twice in this game. Once in the third and once in the fourth. Here in the sixth, his team leads 4-1. Here's the pitch, showing bunt. Lays one down the first base side. Well-placed bunt. Throw to first. Will be in time, but Sims advances to second. So well-placed bunt there for Douglas. Puts a man in scoring position with 1 out. Top of the order. Man in scoring position for Mark Carpenter. Last time up, a 2 RBI single. Scored 2 of the 4 runs in the 4th inning for Henley. He also singled in the first. Pitch here to Carpenter. Misses outside, 1-0. Hidden Valley has done a nice job of keeping Carpenter pitched outside throughout this series. Although he's still been able to get a hit in every game except for the one earlier today. Carpenter hit the ball well earlier today, but was unactually able to get a base hit. He did walk to get on base, but it's been kind of a game of chess to try to get Carpenter out at the plate. Now ahead 3-0 in the count after an inside fastball almost got him. It's going to trigger a conference between Logan Law and the new pitcher, the lefty Caden Cunard. There's a quick one, though, as we look about ready for baseball. Cunard back on the hill now. Heading the count 3-0 to Carpenter. Don't want to serve up something good for him here. And instead, they'll just opt to pitch high, and a walk will bring up Connor Shively. 2 walks this inning for Cunard in relief. Shively to bat now. Shively 0 for 3 in this game. He's flown out, grounded out, and reached on an error in the game so far. Pitch to Shively misses upstairs. And the count 1-0. Hardly a lead to speak of for Carpenter off of first. And here's the pitch. Misses high. 2-0. Mustangs trying to still find the strike zone a bit here in the 6th inning. The pitch home. That one is in the zone, around the letters to Shively, but over the heart of the plate. The count now 2-1. The shortstop Mendez loosely holding the runner Sims at second, although not much of a lead for Carson out there. Here's the pitch home. That one almost got Shively, and he's ahead in the count 3-1. On deck for Henley is Jacoby Takini. Try to give him a bases-loaded opportunity. That's what Shively's job is right now, is to get on base. The 3-1. That one is taken for a strike. Two-seam fastball broke back towards Shively a little bit and found the outer third. Nice pitch for Caden Kunert to run the count full now. 3-2, 1 out. 2 runners on in a 4-1 ball game. And the pitch on its way. Shively will pop that one foul. Look out. Shively settles back in for the full count. Kunert set. And the pitch. Shively hits one hard to center field. The center fielder Matthew going over, makes the catch on the run for the second out. Tagging from second, heading to third is Sims. He'll get in there safely. And so that will put runners at the corners for Jacoby Takini with 2 outs. Jacoby Takini today is 1 for 3. He singled in the first inning, and he grounded out and flew out both in the 4th inning. You'll see Mark Carpenter at first, see if he's on the move, although the lefties have caught him leaning a couple times this season over at first. And they're going to try to look over to Carpenter, but the throw goes down the line. Carpenter's going to get into second, and a run will score. Carpenter digging for third. He'll get in there standing. Well, he couldn't ask for much of a better situation than that for Henley, as really a free run scores there, with Sims touching home and Carpenter now advancing to third for Jacoby Takini, the league leader in RBI. Henley up 5-1. First pitch on its way to Takini, taken down the heart of the plate for strike 1. Like I said, Takini singled once already in this game. The 0-1 to him is taken for strike 2. That time in on the plate a little bit, about belt high to Takini, but a strike nonetheless. He's behind in the count 0-2. After Takini, if the inning continues, it's Max Price on deck. But first, the 0-2 to Takini. That one misses high, 1-2. Carpenter hardly a lead to speak of off third. Nowhere really to go unless there's a pass ball as the 1-2 on its way to Takini. A curveball got him looking. A nice pitch there for Kunert to get out of this jam. Only 1 run comes across for Henley. No base hits required. They lead 5-1, heading to the bottom half of the 6th next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Henley with a 5-1 advantage over Hidden Valley in the bottom of the 6th inning, and Bo Pyle still out there for the Hornets. He'll try to get through the meat of the Mustangs' order. 2, 3, 4. Wiley Mendez, Elijah Zauer, and Jack Matthew for the Mustangs as they'll try to get a rally started. Try not to leave all of this 4-run deficit up to the 7th inning. It's important that even if the Mustangs can't crawl back all the way this inning, that they try to get something done against Bo Pyle. But frankly, since the first inning when he gave up that run, he has been cruising. Only 2 base hits given up since then. Working out of the windup here, and the first pitch to Wiley Mendez. It's going to miss low, over the plate but below the knees. Ball 1 to Wiley Mendez. And the 1-0. Checks his swing. Did he go? Yes, he did. Count a ball and a strike. Mendez 0 for 1 today. He flew out to right field in the first, was hit by a pitch in the third. Takes a pitch below the zone, 2-1. Hornets trying to hang on for a series sweep of the Mustangs. Here's a line drive to center field. Price moving over in the right field gap, and he'll make the catch for the out. So 1 away in the 6th. And here's Elijah Zauer, who's been probably the only real bright spot all day long for the Mustangs. Zauer reached base 3 times in the opener today. Didn't get a base hit, but he did reach every time. And in this game so far, he's 2 for 2 with an RBI and a couple singles. Here's the first pitch to him from Pyle here in the 6th inning. Misses outside, 1-0. He's got to get some help from his teammates. It's hard. 1-0 finds the zone, 1-1. That pitch from Pyle rolled weakly foul. And the count now, a ball and 2 strikes. Like I said, Pyle's been cruising lately. He's one of those guys that just gets better as the game goes on. His arm might feel some fatigue, but the longer he's out there, the more and more he gets locked in. Pyle, pitch about belt high across the outer third of the plate, called ball 2. And so Pyle will try again. This one misses, no question, and the count full, 3-2. After Zauer, it's Matthew on deck. And the pitch. And that is ball 4. A good pitch, but a better take there from Elijah Zauer. Gets him on base with 1 out in the 6th. He's now been on base in 6 of his 7 at-bats today. That feels good for the old on-base percentage for Elijah Zauer. Jack Matthew batting now. That one, a line drive, gets down, a base hit into center field. Zauer advances to second. Matthew aboard at first with a single. Two on, 1 out for Mauricio Mendez. Mendez 0 for 2 in this game, flown out and grounded out so far. First pitch to him here, taken down Main Street for strike 1. On deck after Mendez is Logan Law. Zauer at second, Matthew at first, and again an 0-1 count to Mendez. Here's the pitch. Hit foul. Count 0-2 to him now. Decent lead for Zauer off a second. And the pitch from Pyle sort of changed the arm action on that one and missed. Count 1-2. Pyle ready to go. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Pyle, another strikeout for him today. Now 2 outs in the 6th inning. That's Pyle's 4th strikeout on the day. Now he'll go up against Logan Law. Here's a pitch. Curveball, misses high. Count 1-0. Law has grounded out and flown out in each of his 2 previous at-bats this game. Pitch from Pyle. Swung on and missed. Count even now at a ball and a strike. It was in the turf. Tacchini, though, keeping it in front of him, and a nice job at that. After Law in the order, it is Lawson O'Leary. Here's the pitch. Check swing, but held up in time. The count 2-1. Pitch on its way again from Pyle. Check swing. That one is in the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The nice slider there from Pyle found the outer third. Pyle gathers the sign in from Tacchini. Shakes him off at first, but now comes set. Here's the pitch. Checks his swing, and yes, he did. Is that strike 3? It must have been strike 3. Everyone's heading back to the dugout. Back-to-back strikeouts get Bo Pyle out of the inning. And we'll go to the 7th. Henley with a 5-1 lead on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between. We keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Some changes in for Hidden Valley as we start the top of the 7th inning, rather. So we got a new pitcher, and that would be Wiley Mendez, the right-handed former shortstop for the Mustangs. A couple of other changes. Elijah Zauer has moved from second to short. Gunnar Johnson has moved in from left to second. Jack Matthew has moved from center to left. And back in center field is Caden Cooner. And so there are your changes there for Hidden Valley. Top of the 7th inning, they trail Henley 5-1. Due up this half for the Hornets is Max Price, Bo Pyle, and Derek Cox. That's 4, 5, 6 in the Henley order as they'll look to add a little bit of insurance. Right now up 4 runs. And hope to close out a series sweep of the Hidden Valley Mustangs, a season sweep of the Mustangs. As Max Price gets ready to settle in against Wiley Mendez. Today, Price, as he takes strike 1, Price is 1 for 3. Has grounded out, singled and scored in the 4th inning, and flew out in the 5th. And the delivery. Popped foul, the count 0-2. Pardon me, the count 1-2. Price settles back in a 1-2 count. The pitch. That one misses inside. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes to the Henley center fielder. Got a little bit of pitching work done in the opener today. Got the final out of Henley's 4-0 win earlier today. The count 2-2 to him. And ready for the delivery from Wiley Mendez. Hit in the air, center field. That is going to be caught by Coonard and centered. Oh, man. That is a highlight-worthy player. I don't care who you are. That was a great catch in center field. Saving a sure thing base hit was Coonard in center. Just an overall great catch there as that brings up Bo Pyle with one out and the base is empty. Here's the pitch. That one is in the zone, a strike, 0-1. Pyle today 1 for 3, although his one hit was a double in the 4th inning, and he came around to score as well. The 0-1 is going to miss in. The count even now to Bo. It's always hard to say, is a guy officially out of a slump? I don't know, but I'll tell you this much. Bo has had a good day. Curveball, and that's a strike. 1-2. He didn't break out of the chains and shatter him like it's a movie, but he's just overall had a solid performance, whether on the mound or in the box today. The 1-2. Chases strike 3, and now there are 2 outs in the 7th inning. And not that that strikeout takes anything away from him either. Derek Cox to bat now for the Hornets. 0 for 1 today. He flew out in the 2nd, but he's walked twice since then. Here shoots a ground ball through the gap into left field. And a 2-out base knock for Derek Cox will bring up Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton 0 for 2 today, ground out and a strikeout. He also had a sacrifice fly and an RBI in the 4th inning. And the pitch. Hit in the air towards right, and that will get down. Back-to-back singles with 2 outs in the inning. And the throw in a little bit wild, but will eventually be reined in by Gillette, the third baseman. Like I said, back-to-back 2-out singles for Henley brings up Carson Sims. Sims has been on base and scored twice today, both with a walk, 4th and 6th innings. Here he checks his swing. He went around, but the pitch in the dirt, both runners will advance. Count 0-1 to Sims and an RBI opportunity here in the final, potentially final inning. Sims awaits the pitch. That is taken for a strike on the outer third. Carson behind in the count, 0-2. If he's able to continue this inning, Ryan Douglas is on deck. Mendez is set. Kicks and fires. Sims rolls one foul down the third base side, staying alive in this at-bat. Count remains, though, 0-2. Scores 5-1. Henley leads Hidden Valley. Top of the 7th inning, 2 outs. Runner on third is Derek Cox. Corbin Hamilton aboard at second, both on singles. And the 0-2 again to Sims. Checks his swing on the curveball, called strike 3. Sims down looking to end the 7th inning. So we go to the bottom half of the 7th. Henley leads 5-1 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Bottom of the 7th inning, as the Hornets, with a win today, would clinch at least a share of the Skyline Conference Championship this year if they're able to get 3 more outs. First pitch to Hunter Gillette is called a strike, 0-1. It's Gillette, O'Leary, and Chambers do up that 7-8-9 in the Mustang order. Here's the pitch from Pyle. Curveball offered up at and missed as well, 0-2. I say at least a share because even after today, there are 4 more games left in the regular season, and they would only have a 4-game lead over Hidden Valley should this lead hold. The 0-2 is fought off by Gillette. Now, they would theoretically get the top seed, but an outright league championship still yet to be decided. The 0-2 taken low, 1-2. Talk a little bit more about that in our post-game show today. And be sure to stick around for just a few minutes after the final score is announced, and we'll give you our Pacific Power play of the day. Here's a fly ball, shallow center. The shortstop, Connor Shively, goes out there to put that one away for the first out. So now it's Lawson O'Leary to bat for the Mustangs. 1 for 2 in this game. He struck out in the second, but he singled in the 5th, and I noted that was his first base hit in the series. Want to once again recognize, I heard earlier that Lawson's family watching from Arizona, so welcome into mybasin.com. Always love when we can get folks tuning in from around the country to support high school athletes. So big thanks to Lawson's family for tuning in today from Arizona. Right now the count even, a ball and a strike, 1 out. And that one is fouled off. The count now 1-2. Chambers on deck for the Mustangs. A 1-2 count. Delivery on the way from Pyle. A curveball that's once again fought off. The count will remain a ball and 2 strikes. Pitch from Pyle. Swung on and missed, and the Mustangs down to their final out of the series. And in steps Gunnar Johnson. His first at-bat of this game. He'll hit for Chambers, who flew out twice today. Couldn't see Johnson in the on-deck circle, but he's been there. As, again, hits for Chambers, who's 0 for 2. Here, Johnson pops one up high but foul, and that'll actually be strike 2, as the first pitch was him looking at a fastball. And so now the Mustangs down to their final strike. Pyle looking for the complete game. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 called, and the Hornets come to Mustang Country and grab the brooms. They are going home winners. The season series against the Hidden Valley Mustangs. We'll be back to recap it all for you. 5-1 the final. Back in just a moment on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Keep it here.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been away forever. Wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face. I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need. to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Final score in the nightcap of a doubleheader from Hidden Valley High School. The Hornets victorious over the Mustangs 5-1. 5 runs on 7 hits, no errors for Henley. They left 9 runners on base today. For Hidden Valley, 1 run on 4 hits. They committed 2 errors. They left 5 runners on base today. The winning pitcher for Henley going the distance was Bo Pyle. In 7 innings pitched, 4 hits, 1 run. It was earned, walked 2, and struck out 7. The losing pitcher today from Hidden Valley was Elijah Zauer. Worked 5 innings, 5 hits, 5 runs, 4 earned, walked 6, and struck out 1. My Pacific Power play of the day during this game goes to Mark Carpenter with a 2 RBI single in the 4th inning. Was the biggest hit of the game for the Hornets and helped their team to this 5-1 victory. A couple other notables for Henley. 1 hit each for Jacoby Takini, Max Price, Bo Pyle, and Derek Cox and Corbin Hamilton. For the Mustangs, want to highlight Elijah Zauer, who went 2 for 2 today, and Jack Matthew, who is 1 for 2 with an RBI as well. And those guys were the only offense for the Mustangs today as they fall in this one 5-1. With this win, the Hornets improve to 16. They are now 17-3 on the season. 12-0 in conference play, and they have clinched at least a share of the Skyline Conference Championship for the 3rd season in a row. Congratulations to them. For the Mustangs, they fall to 8-4 on the season. They will resume Skyline Conference play on Wednesday against Phoenix. For the Hornets, they'll be back in action at Mazama on Wednesday next week as well. If you can't wait till Wednesday for action on the diamond, inviting you to join us for our coverage of the Oregon Tech Lady Owls softball NAIA opening round coverage here on 104.3 and 960 Sports. We'll be bringing you every game of the tournament on this station, so tune in at 11 a.m. as Jamestown takes on Arizona Christian. But until then, I hope you have a great rest of your weekend. I want to thank everybody who made today's broadcast possible, both head coaches, Justin Spinner and Sean Teeters of the Henley Hornets. Also want to thank you for tuning in, whether it was just today or all season long of Henley baseball. Once again, the final scores of a doubleheader today. The Hornets took both. The opener 4-0, the nightcap 5-1. Thank you so much for being with us. My name is Josh Eldridge saying so long from Hidden Valley High School in Grants Pass, Oregon. Thank you for the setup over here. Appreciate it. Yeah. Oh yeah. I wanted to ask you, next time I come out here, I didn't do it because I wasn't sure of the walking space. But this area, like kind of where this woman has her park there, would that be okay to sit up there next time? Totally. Okay. It's just kind of a challenge for the chain link. It kind of looks tough, and I want to stick my GoPro through the chain link. That makes sense. And I didn't want to just do that without asking you. So. Yeah, you see what I mean with this probably being a little bit tight. Sure. And I kind of looked over here and I'm like, oh, if I set up right behind home plate, no one's going to be able to get by. Okay, cool. Awesome. Thank you, man. Yeah, you guys aren't out of it yet. I mean, I suppose it's just more time to win 4 more co-champions. So, we'd be number 1, but I think the conference in baseball crowns co-champions. It doesn't do. So, not out of it yet, I suppose. See you around. Yeah. Take it easy.